call the agenda review meeting to order. Ms. Fooey, will you call the roll?
Good afternoon. Melissa Mason.
Here.
Josie Barnhart.
Here.
Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Judy Justice.
Here.
Dr. Tim Merrick.
Here.
David Perry.
Here.
And Pete Wildebohr.
I'm present.
All right. We will have the invocation followed by the pledge that Ms. Barnhart will lead. So,
Hi, my name is Matt Moorhead, and I'm one of the pastors of Crossway Chapel of Wilmington. And just wanted to thank you all for the way you serve our county and our area. Grateful for each one of you, and privileged to be able to pray for your meeting today. God, I do want to thank you for each person represented in this meeting, in this leadership team, for the Board of Education. I'm thankful for the role that they play in serving the students and families and individuals in our county. And God, I ask for your blessing on this time today in their meeting. I thank you for the ways in which you have guided and strengthened them during this complicated and difficult season. And I pray that you continue to grant wisdom where they lack it. Your word says that it's good to give thanks to you for all the good things you have done. And your word also says that where we lack wisdom, that we should come to the one who provides the wisdom that we just simply do not have on our own, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And so we ask on their behalf that you grant them wisdom where they lack it, that you grant them unity where they need it, where they need vision for the future, even if that future is just a couple of steps in front of them, that you grant them the vision to see what needs to be done and how to lead well, how to serve well. And I pray that you'd strengthen them for that task. But thank you for the teachers, for the administrators, and for the board as well, and just the way in which they serve and lead the education system in our county. And I ask that you go before them, and in this time that you truly superintend their time, that there be a humility and graciousness in the way that they're able to operate with one another that would help them to effectively serve our county. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you that you put people in positions of leadership and service in order to benefit our city and our county, and I pray that their leadership would do just that. Thank you for your kindness to us. I'm grateful that you are ultimately the one that we trust in, and pray that we would do that more and more each moment and each day. In Jesus' name, amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. The next item is the approval of the agenda. Second. Ms. Bradford.
I would like to take off our agenda review agenda, old business A. I believe we voted on that just 2 months ago. And in order to bring that back around, it's going to take a supermajority of the board to rescind that motion that we made 2 months ago to bring that around today. So I think procedure's not been followed.
Okay. Is there a second?
Sure.
Okay.
Could I ask you to use the microphone or speak louder?
Oh. Do you need me to repeat?
I would like to thank you.
Okay, yeah. The bonus ad hoc committee review, we voted on that to move that until January of 2026, about 2 months ago. Ms. Mason tells me it was in October. So
Right.
in order to review that, to do it again today, we would have to rescind what we did previously in order to hear it again today. So the procedures is not being followed. It shouldn't be on our agenda today.
I'm hearing her more clearly, I don't think.
He was, so I believe he withdrew his second on that. Is there another individual who'd like to second that?
Hearing none. There is a motion to approve the agenda. Mr. Perry.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to add an item for, to give Dr. Barnes the time to coordinate with Angela Williams of 100 Black Men. Since our last meeting when we approved our MOU with 100 Black Men, I got to meet with Mr. Williams, and he assured me that while their focus is certainly black and minority students, they do not turn away any student based off color of their skin. And this isn't well reflected in the MOU, and Mr. Williams was more than willing to amend the language there to state that, and that we wouldn't be they wouldn't be turning any student away. Dr. Barnes says that he needs a vote of his authority to enter those kind of negotiations with him. I don't think he thought it would take very long. And I'm asking that this be, that we vote on, that we add this to the agenda just before number 2, the agenda, just because if we do vote to allow him to do this, I'd like to bring one, I'd like to be able to add that to our agenda for our next meeting so that we could vote to approve whatever language Dr. Barnes comes up with.
So can you make that motion a little more concise, because that was very lengthy?
I'd like to put the topic of amending our MOU with 100 Black Men on the agenda just before the approval of the agenda section of our agenda.
So right now?
Well, after we're done approving the agenda.
So after and before the review of proposed agenda items, correct? Is
Correct.
that what I'm understanding? Okay. Is there a second? Hearing none. There is a motion to approve the agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, that passes 5-2. Continuing to the next item, Ms. Barnhart, can you keep the time?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right, so looking at our December regular meeting agenda, we have call to order, roll call, invocation, presentation of colors, national anthem, and pledge of allegiance. Oh, it kicked me out. Do we know who is on there for, it just kicked me out, for the pledge? And do we have anybody that would like to do the pledge?
I would.
Oh. All right, I heard Ms. Bradford first, so we'll have Ms. Bradford do the pledge. Yeah, Dr. Merrick, you could sing the national anthem for us. No. So next on there is the approval of the agenda, the approval of the minutes, recognitions. 15 minutes. Classified employee recognition. How much time? 5 minutes? Okay. Oh, I want to pause before we get too far into this. On our regular meeting agenda, on this, the agenda review agenda, we have an NCDIT update, and I think I told some of you when I talked to you, but I don't think I told everybody. They will be on the phone at 4:30, so I'm hoping that we can have some flexibility, and if we need to pause what we're doing to hear from them at 4:30, I hope that we can do that somewhere along the lines. But back to what we were doing. Teacher voice, 10 minutes. And I believe there was a request, because we do have the RISE program as one of our information items, we wanted to make sure that the staff that are coming to speak at Teacher Voice, that are RISE teachers, don't have to stay an inordinate amount of time. So I would move that we bump the RISE program up to right after teacher voice.
I'll second that.
Okay?
Point of inquiry, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I haven't seen student voice on our agenda for quite some time. Is there a reason? Is there someone that's in charge of that I don't know of, or?
Go ahead, Ms. Farnham.
I've been working with the teacher lead for Student Voice, and because so many of our students graduated and moved on, we're undergoing a recruiting effort to re-engage students in that process.
All right. So there's a motion to move the RISE program from where it is, which is under information, to after teacher voice. And we have a second. Mr. Wildmore.
And I know this is probably not exactly, but it is pertinent with what Dr. Merrick just said. Is there an opportunity that we may be able to invite maybe the student body chair or someone like that line from each of the high schools in the interim? Is that possible? Yeah, it's probably not next week, but I mean, maybe in the near
Future
future.
months.
You know, have started with Ashley and, you know, something like that. Is that just a thought?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great idea.
I'd love to hear from the kids.
Yeah, for sure. Ms. Bradford?
Looking at the agenda, is that the best place to put it? Would it not maybe make sense to have it after the superintendent's report and after your report, but before things get, bogged down? I'm just throwing that out there as a possible amendment. Because now we're having an information session before we do y'all's reports.
I believe, Dr. Hamilton, was that the request of RISE?
So I think that is for your discussion. The second part, it's not going to actually be information. So I think the thought was that if you all had your discussion while they are still here, so maybe call to the audience. I don't know what gets moved, but.
I was thinking move that the teacher voice and the RISE be coupled together, but then maybe move them down to just after the board chair report. Would that not make better flow?
So right before call to the audience then.
Well,
Right before the
elections.
election of board chair and vice chair. All right, well, I
I think our
will,
goal is to try to get them together. It doesn't really matter when together is.
okay, so I will pull back my motion, and I will move that we add the RISE program, moving teacher voice until after the board chair report.
Second.
Second that.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Just about time, Madam Chair, is 10 minutes and an approximate good estimation for that?
For the RISE program,
It's probably going to need to be longer.
we didn't have any time frame on that. I would say at least 15.
I agree.
Yeah. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 7-0. Okay, so superintendent report, board chair report, election, then the teacher voice and RISE, then the election of the board chair and vice chair, call to audience, and we are on to information. And the only thing we have on that is language translation services. Did anybody have any pressing questions for staff on that? And Dr. Merrick, this was something you had brought forward. Is there an amount of time that you had?
I don't think this is a lengthy conversation. It's a bit of an update with maybe some inquiry from the board, both in terms of the interpreters that we have and also the number of Spanish-speaking mentors or, I know that we've had, UNCW has offered to bring Spanish majors into our schools to help with students who are English learners. And so some inquiry about how that's going and if there's any obstacles to that and any ways that we can get around it to give those kids as much support as we can. So, I mean, what you've got us down here for, you don't have a time at all?
We don't have a time.
I think 7 minutes.
Let's round up to 10.
Okay.
Just for, we can always take some away. All right. Consensus items. Now is when we ask our questions. So 2026, 2027 non-traditional school calendars. Anybody have any questions, comments about that? Ms. Bradford?
I would just love a little quick spin through, just because I can look at them, but I can't really, I can't really look at them. So can you explain how it differs from the traditional calendar? Is there anything just that really stands out?
Nothing really stands out. Of course, these 5 different calendars that we have, they're on different restart, year-round, early college, high schools, those things. So they have taken the traditional calendar that was approved by the board last month and then aligned theirs as closely as they could with that. So the restart, which would be Snipes and Freeman, they have 174 days in their proposed calendar. The pre-K calendar also have 174 days in their proposed calendar. The year-round, 181 in their proposal. And then WEX and CTEC, 175. And then Isaac Bears is different as well, which would be, well, let's see, the sheet that I had with his number on there is not on there. Anyway, he has 1050 instructional hours, but but anyway, the Isaac Bear calendar, of course, goes more in line with the university calendar because they have that flexibility that our traditional schools do not have. Same with CTEC and WEX. That would align more with the community college calendar because of their unique situation.
So this is on for next week. Would you be willing to address then the 7 more hours for year-round versus, say, Freeman and Snipes, in terms of just explaining why there's 7 more hours in year-round versus other schools?
7 more hours in the school year, you mean?
Well, you said Snipes and Freeman were 174.
Those are days.
Days, that's what I meant, sorry.
Right.
I said hours, I
mhm.
meant days.
Yeah, those are, well, year-round starts earlier and has more flexibility to start earlier than the restart schools. And then they have the intersessions. So but their days are a tad bit shorter. So we have 2 year-round schools. So one has half the county, the other has the other half. So transportation-wise, they get out a little earlier than the other elementary schools so that transportation can run those routes and get back for the middle and high schools. So as a result, they build in a few extra days to meet that instructional hour.
Thank you, very important.
You're welcome.
Next is the MOU with New Hanover County Schools and Blue Ribbon Commission on Prevention of Youth Violence, which is a renewal. Was there, Ms. Bradford, I know, and, oh, I'm sorry.
I looked at this hard last year. I was hoping that we had some data this year that will tell us, how many students, how what the progress is and that sort of thing for next week when we talk about it.
I will certainly work on collecting that. So I think because we are just partial way through the school year, it will be incomplete data, but I can certainly work on that for you.
Yeah, and I can share my concern is, even though it's a small program and I've been on site, and I appreciate what they do, it reaches such a small number of students in my impression that, and they do compete with us for dollars, when a grant is being given out and it doesn't come to the schools, then it's competing with us. And so that would be my concern. As we go forward, I'm going to look at all those things.
Mr. Perry? Gotcha. All right. Anybody else? Okay. Starbase Wilmington MOU. Ms. Barnhart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have had the fortunate opportunity to go and see this program in action. And so I'm very grateful that we have this in our backyard. If I recall correctly, and I just want verification of this, I believe the board last year approved this as a board-approved field trip. So every single one of our 5th grade schools has the opportunity to partake in this. A few years ago, there was a concern with the length of time that students were going to be taken out of school to participate in this program. And so there was limit to certain times of year they were not granted by New Hanover County School System to partake in this. I know that the content and the curriculum that they have is very math and science related. It has standards associated with what they're learning and what they're doing. So I'd just like for somebody to speak to that to see if that is accurate information. Thank you.
So this is still a field trip that schools can determine whether or not they're going to do or not. That is still their choice. In 2023-24, we had 7 schools participate, 24-25, 11, and this year we have 10. Those are not necessarily the very same schools, right? So different ones from different times. What we discovered recently was that they had been engaging with individual MOUs with the schools, and we did not know they had been doing that until a very astute treasurer at one of the schools said, wait, I don't think we're supposed to be doing that. So that's when we said, oh, we need to take this to the board since they need that. The STAR-based people need that. So we decided we needed to bring that to you all. This is why it's going to be just like for the rest of this year, and then each year we will renew that if that's your desire to do that. But it still is the school's choice as to whether or not they want to participate in that or not as one of the board choices.
Go for it. Thank you. I have a follow-up with that because my understanding was that the board approved it as a board-approved field trip, so even though I hear what you're saying, it's the school's choice to participate or not, it would not come at a cost to the students. Can we clarify that? Is that?
Oh, no.
It is not a cost to the students.
Okay, thank you. That's what
The only cost is the transportation cost, correct?
Okay. But
The STAR-based does not charge you. It's a government-funded program.
Okay. I can't answer. Dr. Barrett, go ahead.
I don't see it saying the renewal here, I guess, because we've never come to the board before, so
And we were just trying to streamline so that each individual school didn't have to do their own.
Works. Okay. Next is the MOU between New Hanover County Schools and Pause for People. We got 2 over there. I'm going to go Mr. Perry and then Dr. Merrick.
I think it's great. This one that nobody got connected to insurance.
Hang on. Give her a second.
Yes, we do have insurance now that will cover these types of events under our student insurance policy.
Awesome.
All right, Dr. Merrick?
I just want to say I'm delighted that this is taking place. We've talked about it many times about, you know, about whether or not we could do it and what's stopping us, and I assume that it was the insurance that got it, and I'm tickled. Is there anything, I know that's not a great number, but there are some children who, even though these are great trained animals, some kids are terrified of dogs. Do we have a way to help them not be terrorized? I mean, how do we do that?
We're going to work individually with the schools. The schools will choose when and how the dogs will come in. And so they'll schedule time so they'll be able to help kids avoid that if that's an issue. Was that what you were going to say?
Yeah, and we also will have parent permission. And so parents will let us know about those situations because we generally don't ask about those in our paperwork.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. Wildebohr?
And I just want to reiterate, or agree with my colleagues that I think it is, you know, About Time is great. I think, you know, as I left my puppy today, you know, I think it is really, really important that children have that opportunity, especially well-trained dogs, not like my puppy. We're working. But again, I just want to thank everybody for working hard to put this together.
And understand these are secondary behind academics. They will start probably slower and build up as we go.
Ms. Bradford?
I'm only half facetiously asking, especially to comfort my board member across the way, could we not have a live demonstration here at board meeting and have the dogs come in? Sure make my day.
I would not be opposed to anything like that.
Second that.
Will of the board.
All right, well, I make it in the form of a motion.
And I
You
seconded
it.
it.
So,
Is that an actual motion? Or
yes,
is
ma'am.
it- Okay. Nope, Mr. Wildebohr
Already
did.
We both seconded it. I'll third it then.
All
If you
right.
sing the national anthem, all the more for it.
All right, so there's a motion to bring pause for people to the board.
Could I make a suggestion?
Sure thing, sir.
Not this month, but next month, why don't you just make it the January animal voice? We'll do that in lieu of teacher voice that day. They can come and do a presentation for us, and you get to see it.
Yep, second on that, too.
I'll amend that motion to
Add it to the agenda for
add it to the
January.
agenda as, instead of teacher voice for that 1 month.
Yeah,
For January.
love it.
Okay. Is there a second to the amendment? Okay.
Second.
So the motion, the amendment is to add pause for people to the January agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 7-0.
Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Morris.
We need, with whoever contacts teacher voice, would you let them know?
Ms. Barnhart.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this MOU in response to the whole county, or will it be isolated schools? That I just, if it's in here, I'd just like to be
It
drawn
opens
attention.
the whole county.
Open, thank you for that
But we'll work
clarity.
individually with schools and principals for what times work best, and whether or not the school's ready for it, whether or not there's a good time for it, things like that.
Right, because I could see this as just being an addition. I know a lot of schools have positive behavior supports, and so if, to get to read to a dog, or like, I mean, these are really fun, and I mean, they have it all over the library. It's a great activity. I've been many times, and so I think in addition to just being a support, I think it could be a really positive benefit, and we could do it to help echo and encourage different academic goals for our students that are very excited to work with animals, so.
Ms. Bradford?
And on a second note for that, to also assure my fellow board member across the way, we could actually invite parents whose children might have some fear to come to that meeting and either relieve their fear or in hopes that it would relieve their fear. I don't know how we invite parents to bring children to that, but if whatever means we could do, that would be a good idea. Just let schools know that we're going to do that in case parents want to come out and see in first person for themselves.
Mr. Perry?
I think also, I'm building on that. Yeah, I think this is going to be we might have a lot more people coming to our January meeting than we expect. And staying longer, because everybody loves to see the dogs. So, we might want to prepare for that is all I'm saying. We might get some bigger turnouts than we expect.
All right. Next item is contracts extending into fiscal year 2027. Ms. Bradford?
I just want to know the last item on there. It's under maintenance. It's NC Sound, and something access control renewal. It's $11,000. So I kind of want to know what that is. Does anybody know?
Those have to do with our Parks Light access.
Ah. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Perry?
Yeah, I had three things on this. One was the NC Sound. So is that a subscription thing? Is that yearly? Is it $11,000 a year for the swipe door software, or I'm personally kind of the person who likes to just buy my software and not rent it.
Seems like it would be. Is it a multi-year contract?
It is. Whoa. It's each year. Okay.
Huh.
Okay, and then the second thing on that one, yeah, on E, that's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Next is Ms. Barnhart, did you have one about the previous?
No.
Okay. Is student enrollment and assignment handbook. Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you. My first question deals along with the changes. I think there's a lot of similarities from last year to this year. One thing that I did notice is that the added rubric is in there for the specialty high school program that we get to approve. Are there any other really substantial changes?
Thank you. The only substantial change, most of it is boilerplate from past that we, of course, update the timeline to make sure it fits the calendar. And most of it is right from policy. And so you'll see on page 9, the lottery process priority rankings has been changed based on policy changes from 4150, policy 4150. So it now identifies that the only priority consideration will be sibling privilege, and all other students will be counted equally in a random lottery process. So it removes the weighted lottery.
Dr. Merrick?
And then the other addition is that, that rubric in the back. Thank you.
Dr. Merrick?
It would help someone like me who already struggles sometimes from time to time with reading to know exactly, rather than having to put the two of them side by side to see what changes have been made. If we can have them in red, any changes in red, it would really help us.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because I look through this and I go, well, hold on, let me get the other one. It's a lot.
Yes. So generally, I'll put a red line version in the board updates. And so I will make sure so that this one can be the published version. Yes.
Very good, thank you.
So I think you sent that October, in the first week in October.
October 7th. It was
Is that on
included.
red line?
Yes.
Okay. So if you look at your updates that I send weekly, if you go into Julie's, you can see the red line version.
Good.
And if that isn't the one, I'm going to make sure it is. It is in October 7th. I want to make sure that I have it redlined.
Yeah, you've got whatever time it takes them to find it, to check that, change that.
You got a few minutes.
Go, Julie, go. All right. Any other questions on that? Okay. Contracts and purchase orders? Okay. Mr. Perry?
Thank you.
There's a line item here, so, in front of me, hold on. I want to get the exact figure. There is a line item in here for applied data technologies for $144,000 some odd dollars. I just wondered, is that for servers? What is that for?
That's actually for desktops. That was a capital request, one of the capital items that we received funding from the county for, and it was to replace desktops that can no longer be upgraded to Windows 11. So we had to replace some desktops, so that's what that was.
How many desktops does that amount to?
That is 150 desktops.
Mr. Wildeboard?
Just a question on the last one, Piedmont Truck Center, buying a box truck, how big, is it a F-150 or a F-450 or what, what is the specification of the truck?
So I can have Kevin Lee come up and give you the particulars. I do not know the model, and yes, sir, related to that truck, if you can give a little bit more information about what you're going to purchase.
That truck is a 450. Our existing trucks are 350. The average age is 20 years. Our newest truck is 157,000 miles. And in spite of all the effort of transportation, the cabs and all the beds leak on those trucks. So my guys can't load on Friday if it's going to rain. Because the trucks could leak. This truck is 20 feet bed. Our existing trucks are 16 feet. So we'll be able to carry a lot more things to schools. To deliver, I think last year it was 30,000 packages delivered to schools and departments. That doesn't include the surplus. So, and moving furniture. So, maintenance, no longer moves furniture. They're doing their best to maintain the schools. And so that's kind of calling to us to help the schools do that. Those items, we have tried to contract that out, but those prices are pretty high. I don't have a large staff that can do that, but we do our best to meet that demand when it comes up. I think I covered everything. But if you have any more questions about that, just what we needed. Average is 20 years old and 157,000 miles a year. And that is no highway miles. It's all in-county, stop and go, fully loaded every day.
So the severe leaks are not, I was assuming that would meant the motor was leaking. The motor's not leaking, it's the cab or the.
That's right. The motor and transmission, tires, all that stuff, transportation does an outstanding job. It's the cab and it's the design feature. So the box and the cab are connected, and the twisting of the cab of it. This truck is a separate cab and separate bed. We have some trucks like that, and they do not do it. And so that's.
Okay, well, thank you. Appreciate all your hard work.
Ms. Bradford?
The first one, communities and schools of Cape Fear, we know who they are. Specialists working one-on-one with the group, in a group setting with populations who have been identified as at-risk, dropping off or falling behind in schools. Do we have data on how that's working? Is this a renewal? Is this a first time? What's the deal with this?
You want to get that extra?
Julie, do you have that in your head, or should we bring it back? Or?
I don't have that because this is identified in the contract, so it's not a renewal MOU. But we do have reports of their impact that I can put in the board updates.
I'd be curious as to how many students they're working with.
Mm-hmm. We do have that information.
Again, I am really interested in seeing a list of every adult that comes into our schools that works with their students, so that we see it all in one spreadsheet, one whatever, so that we as board members can be more informed.
Yeah, I'm working on trying to compile that for you, guys, like you asked.
Thank you.
Dr. Merrick?
Is this, I mean, I know the program that we just got completed last year at Freeman for the after-school on Tuesdays and Thursdays, that's a different contract?
It is. This is a contract specific around dropout prevention efforts. The full-service community school model that is implemented at Rachel Freeman is funded by the endowment.
Okay. Ms. Justice?
Years ago, I actually used to work with communities in schools, and I've seen them in action at this program, and it's extremely effective. They're on campus, and the kids facing possible dropout have a personal connection with constantly. And it's amazing how positive it is. I would like to hear the numbers, but I just want to speak that it's a great program, and we really benefit from it.
Okay. All right. Next is bus planner transportation software contract. Mr. Perry.
This is $159,000.
Sorry, can you speak into your microphone, sir?
I'm sorry. We have to share. This is a almost $170,000 contract. I have a few questions. That I presumably manage our buses routes better, but is that a year? Or how long does that last? Can you explain to us what the benefits in a summary fashion? I know we go through there's a presentation that's attached to the document, but if you could briefly summarize what the benefits of this is going to bring us. That's a lot of money. And second, there seems to be some, I just want to know what PII is collected, and will this be on, on the cloud? Again, we have to always wonder, because I see there's some waivers of being this company is allowed to share some of the data that it has with its contractors, as third-party contractors, so I'm a little worried that PII could get around, so if you could address those things, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. And I brought Ms. Trapp in here. She's our Director of Transportation. If you know, if you have additional questions, but I think I can start. That total, 469,000 is for 3 years, broken up annually. It's 45,000, 61,000, and 63,000 and change. So what does it do? Right now, we use what's called Transportation Information Management System, or TIMS. DPI also partners with a company called EduLog to provide routing and scheduling integration, and they provide an app to communicate with parents. Costs roughly $75,000 to $85,000 per year. This bus planner will combine the services of those two different companies into one service for us, and we believe it'll be better, it'll be more efficient, it will be more accurate. The EduLog system is not evolving. We've had some issues with it in the last year where for literally months at a time it was down or it was inaccurate. So in addition to providing a combination of those services, it will also annually save us about $20,000 for what we've been paying. And again, I think the goal is to have a system that does more for us more accurately and on a more consistent basis. Ms. Trafton, would you like to add anything to this?
It's vetted by our technology.
Yeah.
It's already been vetted by our technology department, and it already integrates with Infinite Campus and Samsara, our other two big users of information per student. And having it not be part of the server allows us, we start at 5 a.m., we end at 6 p.m., but not everybody else is working those hours. So having it not be contingent on someone helping us with the server so things go down for inclement weather or school closures or early release, that is a big motivator for us to improve our services to kids.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Go ahead. And then.
I didn't get an answer to whether this PII, if there's any PII stored on the cloud.
We can't hear you.
Is there any private student information stored on the cloud with this system? I didn't really get an answer to that.
Yes, so it does need to work with our student information system. It is already compatible. It has already been vetted by our technology department. And we do have an agreement in place that meets all the measures and the requirements that we have for our students' secure information.
Dr. Merrick had his hand up next.
Of course, I love it when I hear we're going to save $20,000. But it is
It's cutting in and out.
okay, I'll speak loudly. We've heard a lot about different bus routes and how long it might take, and our kids are on buses a long time. It's not through any fault of your own. We're doing everything we can not to have multiple bus routes, and the money that we invest in a system that will make this more efficient has my vote because of all these kids on those buses for so darn long. So thank you for doing it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Ms. Justice?
Yeah, just to clarify, I think what you had just explained before Dr. Merritt's very useful statements, is that it is the information that it's going to be using in the cloud's already there anyway.
Correct.
That's basically what you said. So it's not anything new being added to the cloud. It's just already information like with Infinite Campus and all that that's already being,
Correct.
oh, whatever. Okay.
Right. Yes.
Mr. Wildebourne?
How many other, I know it's been vetted by our, technology department, but how many other counties use or school systems use this
In North Carolina,
North Carolina.
Gaston, Guilford, Harnett, and Nash, and Asheville City Schools are using it.
Okay. And you've talked to them and they've
They
said
all
it's
gave
good?
it rave reviews.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you.
Ms. Bradford?
I just want to say thank you. for your diligence in bringing the costs down and making it more efficient. We appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay. The next one is Memorandum of Understanding between New Hanover County Schools and Cape Fear Community College for occupational therapy assistant interns, and it's a renewal. Does anybody have any questions on that? No? You good? Okay.
So just grateful to have it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Bradford?
I would comment that I really like that little word renewal there, so that it makes it more easy for us to understand what we're doing. Thank you.
The renewal. Next up is policy consensus. We have a lot of policies. Mr. Wildebohr?
Yeah, we have 27. Most of them came from NCSBA. A couple others, we have cleaned up things. Committees, for instance, being one of them. We do have one that we may want to hold off. I'm looking at you. Do we want to, 7910, we may want to hold that, or what do you think there, sir?
The retirement policy, the language in that policy connects to the general statute. However, it doesn't explain it terribly well. And so I reached out to NCSBA. I'd like to add in just a little more language that's in the general statute to the policy, which is going to make it cleaner and easier for our employees. So if you can pull that one back to
Yeah.
policy for a month, we'll turn it right back around.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll make a motion on Tuesday to
Send that
hold,
back
to move 7910 back into, but the others shouldn't take all that long unless there's questions. I think they're pretty straightforward.
So how much time do you think?
Let's say 15, just be, it says 10, but I would like
Honestly,
15.
because of the sheer number, I would probably lean toward 20.
Okay.
Just to make sure.
That'll work. Do I hear 20, 25? 25, I could get 25.
No, no. Dr. Merrick, and then Ms.
First
Barnhart.
of all, thank you to my colleague across the way for putting through so many. I don't know where you find the time to do it, so thank you for doing it. The same way we've talked about having a renewal posting next to our consensus items, I think it would be really helpful for the rest of the board to know which of these are just, this is boilerplate being passed down by the NCSBA. Okay. And I say it to you now knowing that you might not be on this, chairing this policy committee next time, but if we had it, sort of codified here, to ask the next policy chair to do that, I think that would be very helpful.
Very wise, thank you. I will.
Ms. Bradford?
It might be, to follow up on that, because I've got my cheat sheet, and at least 6 of them are just legal references changed, so maybe a grouping, significant change, just...
Statewide change, local change.
And just legal reference, so that we don't, that somebody who didn't attend the policy committee meeting doesn't have to go through and open every one of these. It was a lot.
Yeah.
Ms. Barnhart, I completely missed Ms. Barnhart, so.
Thank you. And NCSBA does do a little chart about it, and then it'll say mandatory by law, required, or recommended. So, but I did have two questions or clarifying. So one with the public participation at board meetings, I just want to make sure that our call to audience when people are signing up, it's reflective, all the language and the changes that have been made. Policy 2310, it's not necessarily a change. I'm not advocating for a change in policy. I just want to make sure that our call to audience, the little type up that our individuals are seeing, are consistent with our policy. And then the second one is it's 4152, and it is unsafe school choice transfers. I just want to openly, I don't believe that any of our schools qualify this, and I just want to openly ask that question. Do we have any schools that would be, by this policy, deemed unsafe? These are very intense things that are listed, so.
That was a legal reference only.
Well, I think the question
Yes,
is generally,
but
is
unsafe
there...
school chance, unsafe school choice transfers, violent crimes including homicide, assault resulting in serious bodily injury, assault involving a weapon, rape, sexual offense, sexual assault, kidnapping, robbery with a dangerous weapon, taking indecent liberties with a minor. These are very serious things, and so I didn't know if any of our schools are deemed that and thus would qualify students to have an unsafe school transfer. And as a parent, how would you even know that?
So we do have those discussions in the event that a student experiences like, not to this degree, but if a student experiences bullying and that's
Bullying,
been
harassment.
substantiated, then that is a part of that process.
Okay.
So it's through the process. We do not have any schools identified as an unsafe school. That would be based on the number of
Thank you,
reportable
Jesus.
offenses.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
But good to know about the bullying. I didn't realize that, so.
Yeah, because we can take steps to address individual issues that may happen with students, but
Yeah.
in regards to telling the whole school system, hey, this is a persistently dangerous school, we don't have any.
Agreed, but I love to hear that, so thank you.
Yeah, I love saying it.
Mr. Perry, and then Ms. Justice.
Okay. Hopefully these are just hopefully these are just a few quick clarifications. On 2125-7315, is this is confidential information. Is the section C, is that just a capitalization change, or is the text there being added or removed under C there?
Which number are you on? Statutory that was brought in from NCSBA.
Yeah.
So it's not just a capitalization, is that the added language?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Gracious. You're fine.
Okay. So I'll have more, let's say a little bit more, I have some concerns about that. But my other question was, is 32...
Your mic, sir.
His mic's not
They're
working.
having trouble hearing.
Oh, sorry. 3220. So what you said on that C for the first one is actually new additional language. Okay, and then the other one is 3220. Technology in the educational thing. Is this last sentence of the first paragraph? That's new additional language as well. Okay. Sometimes I don't know what's new, what's being deleted. I wish we had different colors, you know.
My button too, so you can hear me. Yeah, the red section is added there in 3220. That's additional.
Is that again an NCSBA?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Ms.
Thank you.
Justice, did you have your hand?
Yeah, two things. First of all, I think it's a great idea the way we're having a discussion about bringing more information when we're presenting to the board as opposed to just throwing these different policies out here. And I've thought this for years, since I first came on the board in 2018. You guys were articulating it and planning to do it. Thank you. Another thing also, I wanted to ask about the designation of, I guess it's a dangerous school, whatever that one was. Unsafe school. Julie, could you explain a little more exactly how is it the state that determines that? How that's
It's
determined?
working. Okay, I'll use this one. Thank you. Thank you.
I just wanted
It is determined by the state, but it would be based on the data that we submit about incidents that occur on
all
campuses.
schools. Okay, correct. And so they
Yes.
look at all that data and then make it.
So it's a school-by-school determination.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. But I can look up the policy and answer more specific questions. I didn't have it pulled back up.
Okay.
But it is a school-by-school determination.
Across the state, all the schools.
Ms. Barnhart.
Yes, but they look at the data specific from that particular school to make the decision about that particular school.
And the schools are self-reporting also.
I'm sorry?
The schools are self-reporting also.
So they are, but it's based on the discipline data and the reportable offenses that occur on those campuses, so it would have to be, yes.
Okay,
But that data has to be verified at the central office level.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart?
Sorry, I just want to clarify how you said it. The schools are required to submit that data. They can't choose whether or not they're going to submit it. How you said it kind of tweets that line. The
yes.
schools are required to submit the data,
They
and then
are.
the state deems it.
Yes,
Okay,
the state
thank you.
analyzes the data. So we go through a discipline data verification process. So there's an entire manual dedicated to how we identify and calculate all of our discipline data, including dropout data, is all in the same manual. But that manual details out how incidents are coded, and then the data verification process goes through multiple layers and includes the review from our director for student safety and me before submission, well, and along with student information systems team.
And general statute lists out about 16 or 17?
16.
Reportable offenses. We're required to report those regardless.
Ms. Bradford?
And I just wanted to go back to a fellow board member's question over there, saying I was going to bring this back up next week. 2125 to 7315, confidential information. That change is simply following state statute. We can't monkey with state statute. We just have to adopt it and move on.
Okay. 21 to 25.
Yep.
Yes.
It was amended, but it's amended by the,
ZSBA.
yeah.
NCSBA. Those letters. Mr. Perry.
Yeah, I'd like to get our attorneys and if we can get the exact new law on this, because, I mean, basically, correct me if I'm wrong, what this is stating is that we work with a nonprofit, and we're not able to disclose, perhaps to the public, to be transparent, who this nonprofit is getting donations from. If there are political, interest going on with the nonprofits that are kind of swaying our decisions on which nonprofits for us to work in, we don't get to disclose that to the public. That's basically what this is saying. Am I correct in this?
Is that something that you can kind of look through and come back with us next week to answer?
Yes, I think as a general
Just so you
idea,
have a little more
it's a
time.
privacy protection change.
Mhm.
And I'm going by memory of the statute here, but it was designed so that people wouldn't be officially doxxed, or whatever you want to call it. They wouldn't ask for membership.
It's also just a great way to, have dark money in politics, so sometimes, which is what they do with this sort of thing, so.
Ms. Barnhart.
Thank you. Even with this change, and I'm asking for clarity again on this, any of the nonprofits that are working with our schools, they still have to follow our guidelines that we set, meaning they're going to go through background checks, they have to do our volunteer trainings, and I think that's might be part of what my colleague is getting at. This is not free range of anybody is allowed in to do whatever they want in our schools. We still have policies in place that they must follow and guidelines. I just want that clarity, sir.
Correct, and all of our MOUs will contain the information that says that when someone is in our buildings, they follow the rules that we have in our policy manual.
Okay. Dr. Merrick?
Yeah, I'm just I'm inquiring on the policy 2335. I don't see anything in red. I don't know what the proposed changes are. Is this an entirely new policy?
23?
No.
23?
2335?
There is. Yeah, there isn't anything on there.
It's not on the list.
Advanced delivery of meeting materials, the very first one?
Yeah. I'm not seeing any changes
Yeah, I
either.
think we decided as a policy committee to keep it as it was. There was some discussion on maybe changing, but we wanted to put it in front of the whole board for additional discussion.
Thank you. I would like to have some additional discussion. Yes.
Yeah. I think you're correct.
Brought back just so that, because I believe, actually, Dr. Merrick wanted to discuss it. So
Perfect.
instead of just leaving it, we could have just left it there, and we said, let's bring it in front of the whole board so we could discuss it as a board.
I appreciate that. That's
Sure.
excellent.
So will that be brought up next week, or is that for another time?
That is next week. It is on Tuesday. All right. Okay.
Okay, so maybe 22 minutes.
Let's round it up.
I would lean toward even more, but next we have no old business, new business. We have the special education legal services contract. Is there any questions about that?
Well, maybe
Ms.
we should-
Bradford?
I believe that I am uncomfortable with voting on this, having not known anything about it up until this point. I'm not faulting staff in any way, but I have been asking, where do we stand on the legal service contract at least 3 times, and until right before the meeting started, had no knowledge that we had gone through what I had been asking. Did we do the rubric? How did it turn out? How many people applied to the RFP? I've been just kept in the dark about it. And so I was thinking that it's really hard to not have that information and then be expected to vote on something, even though it's next week, but I didn't find out anything, and I've been asking questions about it. Why didn't we know sooner about this as a board? Or was I just the only person left out of the information process?
So I can speak for my part of it. I received an email from staff on the 10th of October that I had completely forgotten that I had received. But I had responded to that indicated that 2 board members would be part of the process. I will take responsibility for my part of not sharing that with the rest of the board. That is a failure on my part. So,
Ms. Mason, if I could add to that, I'll take responsibility that I did not see the email that had asked me to be part of it, but I was actually out of town in either case on the 18th, so I was not able to be part of that team to go through that.
So the individuals that had been requested, just for clarity, were Mr. Wildebohr and Dr. Merrick. So, Dr. Merrick, I saw you had your hand up, and I know you, Ms. Barnhart, had.
Yes, I was there, and I think that this is exactly the right time that we would find out, right? I mean, so I was there, we went through the process, we spent, diligent amount of time working on it, and would it be up to me then to come back and alert the board? I think this is probably the proper time now to discuss it if we need to ask any questions.
Mr. Wildebohr?
And I am going to, as much, I will take full credit or not credit, but I should have seen it, didn't see it, but I think it probably would have behooved us to, if I wasn't available or they couldn't get in contact with me, to call and say, well, there's 6 other people that could have been there, or possibly could have been there. I think it would have been, well, yeah, I can't count. I'm running out of fingers here, I'm sorry. Well, I mean, somebody else could have filled in at that point. My fault for not seeing it. I should have been on top of that, but I mean, I think it probably would have been nice to have 2 board members, and I'm sure you did a great job. I think it probably would have been better to have 2 board members in attendance.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just curious, if the defining process said 2 board members and only 1 was present, does that not invalidate? I'm not saying that we can't eventually move into contract with these individuals, but I do agree that if it was supposed to be 2, and it was indeed not 2, then it changes the terms of what the expectation of, so.
We don't have anything in policy that says 2 board members have to be on that committee. We were originally going to just have 1 board member, but we said, well, let's reach out. I think it was Tim Merritt. We were going to ask Pete to be part of the committee, but then we decided it would make sense, and Julie can help me out. Dr. Merritt is on the EC, I forget what he's on, where we said that would make sense for him to be on the committee. And so originally we were going to just have 1 board member, and so I guess that's why we didn't think that we needed to identify a 2nd board member, so I will take some responsibility for that as well, not going back to Ms. Mason about that.
Can he? Okay. Dr.
I'll
Barnes?
jump in too. There's a lot of information that goes around. Try my best to get all the information out to everybody. However, normally RFPs kind of follow their own process. This one's a little bit different because it is legal services, which are a little different than just some of our normal RFPs. So we were talking about, does this go to the whole board? Do they do a presentation? So if I miscommunicated or didn't get that out there, that's mea culpa is me.
Ms. Bradford?
2 things. You said they were requested, so it was the finance department that requested board members. Is that a part of the process? I've been on that committee. I mean, I've been chosen to do that in the past. I don't know how I got there, but I know there were multiple board members. There was more than 2 at that point that did the rubric. And I'm not questioning the outcome. I have asked at least 3 times, where are we? How many attorneys responded? Where are we in the process? Did we do a rubric? And I didn't know to ask you, so next time I would. But I've been in the dark, and I don't appreciate being in the dark. I'm not complaining against you. I just felt like when I asked our leadership and I didn't get an answer, they didn't know, or they didn't share it with me, one of the two. And I don't want that to happen again. Nothing against Dr. Merrick. I'm sure you did a great job. I don't mind the outcome. But if somebody asked me, hey, how come you only have one attorney, and how'd you get to that point? I would not be able to ask them. I would not be able to answer them. And I don't like being uncomfortable like that.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Merrick?
Just in response, I understand your frustration. I don't think we can have an answer until the committee meets to take a look at it, which we just did. I mean, was that 2 days ago, Ms. Varnum, I believe?
It was November 18th.
And so now that it's been done and it has been reviewed, with you say, like at least with the one board member as you had originally planned, now's the time to ask those questions and now's the time to go through it. And I really do believe that any one of my colleagues on this board would have come up with the same decision. In fact, like you said, you're not upset with the outcome. Yeah.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Well, and to answer, and I already know the answer, Steve, but would you share with us, how many, without names, of course, but how many entities did apply?
Oh, absolutely. Are we allowed to discuss? I mean, without naming names,
Should be public
we had
knowledge.
only 2 legal services and are we allowed to name them here? Okay,
Should be
so
public knowledge.
it was Tharrington Smith and I can't say Pointer Spruill. That's a real mouthful. Okay, so they were both highly qualified with different histories with our district staff and with our board. So,
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you. My question, I'll shift it to the contract itself of seeing the $310 per hour for partners, $275 for associates and so forth. Is that kind of in line with where we have been paying for legal services? Is this substantially more, around the same?
It's pretty much, it's a little more, but
Slightly
fairly
higher.
in line with our current services, just a little more.
Mr. Wildebohr?
I was just going to say, thank you. I was just going to say, again, I do apologize for not being there for that thing, but I think, I'm sure Dr. Merrick did a great job in doing that. And seeing as we only had 2 apply, which is a little disappointing, but it is what it is. And I think, just if you will help me remember, I think that Pointer Spruill was working with us in that capacity within the last year or 2.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Bradford?
So my question follows up on that. Is this a higher rate than we paid them last year? Pointer Spruill.
It is.
Dr. Merrick?
yeah, and the 2 that did apply had almost identical fee structures. So it wasn't a choice that we made around cost. So.
So how much time do we need for that, since we've had a good discussion? I think probably looking through, I'm going to say 10.
You probably say 55, but we could use the extra time.
I did reference, I think you and I talked about this, we put that contract out for June of 2027
That's
to
correct.
try to get everything back in the same cycle alignment together.
And if I could, I would also like to add that we did add some additional wording, and I just wanted to draw this to the board's attention. We added wording that said, through June 30th, 2027, with a right to extend an additional 3 years in 1-year increments based on performance and funding. So that is different than what we've had in our contracts in the past. So I wanted to make sure I brought that to your attention.
All right, Ms. Bradford, and then Ms. Barnhart.
And I saw that when I read my packet, and you put it right there under it, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Ms. Barnhart?
Just for added clarity, with this, it would still come back before the board for approval after June of 2027 with the option we could renew at a 3-year rate in 1-year increments.
That's correct. It would
Thank
come
you.
back to the board. It wouldn't go out for
It would
bid
not-
again
it would not have to go out for
unless
bid.
the board
Thank you.
directed us that way. Yeah.
All right. All right, next we have available savings reallocation of funds. That's always exciting. Ms. Sutton, Can you give us a little
Yes.
more details on that?
Yes, I'd love to. So we had in a couple of projects you'll see here that we actually ended up coming in under budget. So our replacement of switchgear at CBRC came in about 68,000 under. The softball field at Hoggard, 151,000 under. New Hanover High School softball field, 124,000 under. And then the artificial turf, and I meant to ask you about that, Rob. I think that was the design, not actually putting down the, okay.
Correct.
Came in $8,500 under budget, and then also child nutrition freezer was a little over $1,000 under budget. So that total is $353,849 of savings that we've identified through those projects. And Dr. Morgan and his team has identified some additional projects we'd like to fund with those replacements. And these, you've probably seen some of these before on capital project requests that we didn't make it far, we didn't have funding to make it far enough down the list. So you can see those there. I will share with you the total. There was a keying error on that total. So the total, if you add up those new projects, does not equal the 335,000 you see there. It actually equals 355,272. That's a difference of, and we'll get that correction made before the actual board meeting. We just noticed that keying error this afternoon. That difference of a little over $1,400 will hold the replacement of the curtains at Mosley until we have enough funding to be able to fund that whole project. So I just want to, and Dr. Morgan, if you have anything else.
Just a couple of things. A couple of the items on there are projects that are underway or have been waiting just for some additional funds to wrap. So the lift station at Winter Park, for example, that is a project that we frankly needed some additional funds to be able to complete. So that's why that's at the top of the list. I'm sorry? The lift station is, it's a sewage management system. So it's kind of critical. The Myrtle Grove Middle School sidewalk, that was originally bumped to the end of the year because frankly we didn't know how quickly the Department of Transportation would get that new signal in.
Really quickly.
So it's in, and so we'd like to go ahead and finish that entire project by adding the sidewalk on the campus. The Alderman fence is a safety concern that has been raised. I think over the last couple of years, it will go, but it'll basically section off that campus from Independence Boulevard. The curtains that are listed were items that have been deferred, again, as Ms. Sutton said, based just on capital project funding. And then the freezers, likewise, those were just, they are past their age of usefulness, and we need to be able to replace those, and so we've just been waiting for the opportunity to squeeze them into our budget.
Okay, so there were lots of hands. I'm going to go in the order that I saw. Ms. Barnhart.
Thank you. So I just want to highlight the softball fields. This came out of a Title IX audit, and so making sure that we have the facilities for our female athletes. So now that's completely done. It's good to go, beautiful. I know the one thing that they always ask, Ms. Barnhart, can you give us more parking? I'm like, no, I cannot. But that's completely done and good to go. Awesome. The other thing that this has come up, I'm just going to give a kudos shout out of savings on time under budget. That's like we like to chant that motto of saying that. So to see over $300,000 for other projects to be allocated is awesome to continue to go down that list. One of the questions, and I'm not going to put this in the form of a motion, but we've talked about our fund balance not being where you personally, Ms. Sutton, do not like it. I know you say that this, we definitely have less in our fund balance than what you feel comfortable with as our Chief Finance Officer. And so I would like for us to consider potentially, as we are able to have savings, to say maybe 10% of that we can put into fund balance until we get to a point. I know policy had played with saying, do we need to have a policy that states it or whatever it is, but I don't want to just a huge lump sum go into our fund balance, but as we come across things that we're able to recoup a couple $100,000 here and a couple $100,000 there, I think we could slowly build up where we need it to be. We came into a couple situations this year operationally that we did not have to let our people go because we were able to float their salaries until the government opened back. And so I want to make sure that we continue to put ourselves in a good fiscally responsible situation. Thank you for keeping us there. I just want to throw it out there for something to consider. If it needs to be in a motion, I'm happy to make that motion for discussion, but I'd like for it to be considered. Thank you.
I would second that.
And I love that. Can I speak really quick?
Go for it.
So this funding is actually held by the county.
Okay.
So if we didn't spend it, it would go into the county's fund balance, not ours, because they don't give us the money until we actually have the expense.
Never mind.
And I think I long for the day as well when we get to the place where we're not so racing down deferred maintenance, that we are in a place where we can do things like that.
Ms. Bradford, you were next.
Yeah, and I have a question specific, but to tee off that, could we do it on, the others? Because that is a good way. If you just take 10% off of anything and you stick it in an account over time, it really adds up. So if it's not something that's county's money, it's something we could actually do it with, I would be in favor of us putting that on an agenda to discuss it. It'd be a good way to just inch up our fund balance without us paying a whole lot of attention. I just wanted to ask Dr. Morgan, those are very expensive freezers. $70,000 for a freezer? It's a bank of freezers, right? Or is it a walk-in freezer?
It's like one you would have in your kitchen. No, I'm just kidding. It's a huge commercial walk-in freezer.
It's a walk-in. Okay, thank you.
He's got a different kitchen than I do.
Dr. Merrick?
I want to work off quickly what my colleague has said here. I do agree that we need to take every opportunity to claw back savings and put it into our fund balance. I don't want to just do an arbitrary number, though. One question I have about these suggested spending options here. During the budget process, you gave us a list of improvements, and I think you rated them number 1, number 2, and number 3, right? Of these that you put on this list, how much of those are 1s and how much of them are 2s? I mean, I hope that didn't catch you off guard, but you know what I'm saying?
Well, a little bit, just because I haven't looked at it recently. Part of what we run into, though, is from the last time we prioritized that, we've reprioritized a dozen times or more. I think a couple of the items that we're looking at, they were priority 1s, and they're underway, and so we're trying to wrap that up. The other ones were the curtains, for example, are ones that have come up in recent conversations, and because they are more manageable expenses and we need to make sure that we're replacing them, they felt like the right time to take care of it. I will say we have, to another point, I mean, to your question, but to something we can't bring forward just yet, we are expecting additional savings to report on. I'd love to say January and maybe February before we can do that. But one of the top items on our priority list, we will ask to reallocate for that specifically. I can't really cite you a number yet because I don't want to be wrong, and I would hate for it to come in lower. But I think for us, one of the key things to keep in mind too is because we have to present this to the county commissioners to ensure that they approve of us reallocating these funds, and it's really something that I think has been discussed in multiple meetings, the idea that if we are able to be fiscally responsible, good stewards of these funds, we don't always have to go back to them for additional money. This is money that we currently have because it is coming under budget, and either it goes back to them and we ask them for it at a later date, or we ask them for permission to use it for other things that are currently waiting in the wings.
I guess what I'm saying is just to respond to my colleague around, making a motion or talking about this in the future, that we keep in mind our priority list before we decide to arbitrarily put something in fund balance or give it back to the county, that we need to, despite how much we go to the county, we don't always get our priority 1s taken care of, and that's what we really have to push for.
Mr. Wildebohr?
I was going to ask Dr. Morgan if he would just speak a little bit to, a lot of people who look at, curtains, do we really need curtains? I remember as a principal, the fire marshal would come and say,
Yes.
you got 2 weeks or I'll start firing. So, can you speak to, the fire marshal and the...
Yes, sir. So we've got to make sure that they're inspected regularly, and we have to make sure that they remain fire retardant and that they're certified as such. At some point, they exceed their life capacity, and it becomes more of a fire hazard than certification can prevent. And so we've got, at this point, I think we've got some that they have been on the block to be replaced. And again, we've just had to kind of kick the can down the road for a little bit. But hopefully, we can start checking things like that off if we continue to see savings. Thank you.
Ms. Justice?
Yeah, two things. First of all, I was at Hanover Middle School this last week for the SAC meeting, and one of the things that they brought up was how wonderful the sidewalks would be if they could expand them, because the kids, that's a really bad spot for kids crossing roads and getting to the schools, and the kids want to walk. They can live across the street and can't even get across. They have to ride the bus to get to the school. That's how wonderful it is now that we're adding sidewalks and allowing them more ability to be safe and get to the school. So that's a great thing. But I wanted to also talk about the situation with the fund balance. We used to have an extremely healthy fund balance years ago. And that's one of the reasons we were able to literally survive hurricanes when the counties around us fell in a big hole. We were later reimbursed with our fund balance from our insurance, but that always takes time. So that was a really good thing. A couple of years ago, we were literally forced to spend down our fund balance. That wasn't our decision. So at this point, we're trying to build it back up. It sounds like what you were saying is, and if I'm wrong about this, that if the county has given us certain monies, then when the monies are reallocated, we have to get their permission to do that. That's what we're talking about now, correct?
So for capital, that's true.
Okay.
For our general fund or our local funding appropriation we receive from them, they give us a certain amount every month, so they don't wait for invoices to be sent to them to reimburse us. So we could do that with the local current expense.
Okay, so now, and it's about a third of our funding comes from the county commissioners, correct? And the rest of it comes from the state or a little from the federal. Is
Yeah, I
that
think it's
about
around 33% if I remember correctly.
So we don't have to worry about that if it's coming from the state, correct? Right. So what it sounds like we need to do, and I need to look in policy to see if there's anything in there now, but it would be a good idea to set a certain percentage aside of any funding that we have overages till we can start to rebuild that fund balance, because it was decimated, and I worry about what could happen if we have another hurricane or something like that. So whatever it takes, we need to start addressing that issue, and I believe it would be through policy.
We do have, I know Ms. Bradford had her hand up. I know Dr. Barnes wanted to say something. So I'm going to go Ms. Bradford and then Dr. Barnes.
I'm just looking for clarification. I thought when I was at place curtains, Gregory, place curtains, nurses, we were talking about maybe the stage curtains, or we're talking about window curtains and classrooms for all of the
Stage curtains.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, Dr. Barnes.
Just for all of this conversation, I think this is a good conversation to make as a part of our budget talks in the spring. If the board wants to make that a priority to say we want to make sure we're earmarking 1%, 2%, 10%, that'll be something that we'll have to build into our operating expense to plan for. I think that would be the best place for that conversation to have as a part of our budget talks. When we come to you guys and say, what are our priorities to look for? That can obviously be one of them. But we also do have a new cooperative agreement with the county where they will be covering up to $10 million of any disaster that happens due to weather-related events. As long as we pay the first $500,000, yeah?
And I just wanted to clarify also for Dr. Merrick regarding the priorities. This particular request would not cover the very next item that we would have as the most important, which is why that is being pushed back another month or so. But I did want to identify that several of the things that we identified this year, both from county appropriations and for lottery, All of those items, except for that one, are either underway or done, or we're waiting on lottery funds to be released. So of the items that we had on our priority list for the year, those things are moving forward in one way or another. And the other items that we ended up including in here, to be very honest, some of those are low-hanging fruit, but we need them. But because they're affordable, it seemed like the right time.
What's the one item that we don't have the money to cover that's still on a high priority list?
The underground storage tanks,
Storage tanks,
at
yeah.
the bus lot.
Ooh.
It's a big one.
Fuel,
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
So I'm going to allocate 10 minutes for that conversation. I think that should be good. Next is the resolution for exceptional children funding. I know this was something that Ms. Barnhart brought forward. How much time do you think you need for that, Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be amenable to 10 minutes. I had sent this forward to the chair and the superintendent for us to potentially consider. I do not have this resolution I saw come out of Lee County, and I like the verbiage, and I know that in our conversations with our county commissioners this year, specifically in discussing funding, we discussed how we have a few exceptional education students who cost us a lot of money to be able to be responsive to their needs, some upwards of over $100,000. And so this would allow us to kind of put some data and share with the General Assembly where we are and what that looks like and how that would affect us in I think a positive way to be able to be more responsive to our student needs. I believe that this is reflective of our legislative agenda. We have on there that we are in support of the state passing the tiered EC funding model. I believe that this will just help with data. So because the percentages are not in there at this time, what I would be moving to do next week is to direct the superintendent to fill this in so that we can officially approve it after that is the case.
Refresh your email. Julie got it done today.
Really?
Okay. So then if it,
We're looking at,
I just forwarded to you at 3:26.
but it's not in, is it the one in Assembly?
no.
I-
So that will
I
have
gave
to
you
be
the one with
refreshed.
the numbers put in it.
No,
So-
I just hit send about 3 minutes ago.
And I believe that there are some other counties also interested in reflecting their own numbers and data to submit this as well. I think anytime that we do a large statewide campaign, but also be reflective of our needs, it resonates more with our General Assembly members who are there representing the state. So that is the reason behind this, and I don't think it will take very much long, but if anybody has any questions for me, I'm happy to address them.
Dr. Merrick and then Mr. Perry?
Yes, I think this is a great idea. I want to support what has been done in Lee County. I'm curious about what the Advisory Council for Exceptional Students felt about this.
I don't have any feedback of that.
Have they been contacted?
No, I don't have a contact for you.
Well, we do.
Go ahead, Ms. Varney.
The funding cap and the tiered funding has consistently been a discussion that I've had with the Advisory Council for Exceptional Students over the past several years. So the ones that have been on that have heard me stand on my soapbox about the cap and funding and the need for legislative change.
I appreciate that. I do believe that if we're going to bring something to the board, it would be a little funny not to include our advisory council.
Mr. Perry?
I think this is a change that's very well warranted. My only question is, where in our legislative priorities, the budget priorities for the state, are we placing this request at? We don't want to lose our other funding because we care about exceptional children. We just want more funding. I mean, we don't want to, okay, well, we'll cut teacher salaries, but we'll give you more EC money. I mean, this is not what we want. So I just want to know, like, where do we kind of plan it in our general, where do we place this request in our general request of the legislature for budgetary change.
If you could respond to that, Ms. Barnhart, and then I'll.
Happy to respond to it. I also agree with you in saying, if you look at the now therefore be it resolved, it talks about formally urging the General Assembly to revise the funding to reflect actual EC enrollment. So this resolution is specifically addressing the cap. So it's not advocating for, like I said, in our legislative agenda that New Hanover County passed earlier, we are supportive of the EC tiered funding. That's a different model to begin with. This is addressing specifically the cap. So there are multiple, when you're discussing the different entities of what funding looks like, this would be a way to support in a different format, but still be responsive to student needs. And I hope that so it's not saying, hey, take the money from here and give it to EC. It's not saying that. It's saying specifically to reevaluate that cap, because right now the state has it capped at 13%. They will reimburse you for exceptional education funding. And since we are over that cap, we are having to utilize more localized funding for that in order to be responsive to the needs.
All right, next, I've gotten everybody's hand so far that I've seen. Next is Ms. Bradford.
I'm totally in support of this. It falls completely in line with not only our legislative, priorities, but also in what we've been going to Raleigh and asking for, and it's fallen on deaf ears because we really didn't have a piece of paper or talking points. And this tells us, that, the cap is excluding 101 of our EC students in Hanover County. It's not be funded by the state because they have a cap on it at 13%, and we have way more students. A shortfall of more than $500,000 is a big deal in our funding. So I'm totally in support of it. And, with a resolution like this, then we can contact individual legislators' offices and say, hey, did you see this? Hey, can you look at this? Can you get this on your priorities for this next year so that we can move this ball? From what I understand from staff, and Julie, you can correct me if I've misunderstood, people actually enroll their students in our school district because they're EC, and we do such a darn good job of it. But we're not getting any extra money once we hit that 13% cap, and that's putting a strain on the entire school district. This is one of my passions here to get this one done, and I'm thrilled that we finally got a resolution in that direction.
Real quick, Ms. Barnhart.
Just want a piece of clarity. Anytime a resolution is adopted by this board, we send it to every single representative for New Hanover County. So it's not just one person gets it. We don't hold on to it. Everybody who represents us gets a copy of this in support of that. And again, we have it as we continue our advocacy conversations.
Next in line was Ms. Justice.
Let us not forget that we're 49th in the nation in per pupil expenditure. That is coming from the legislature. They're setting over, last I heard, something about $11 billion in excess funding. So, yes, we need to do as much lobbying of our legislature representatives as possible, because the problem is coming from their decisions. It's not like we don't have the money, and it's really not fair to the kids here in the state of North Carolina. Somebody just brought up the fact that if you have a child that's EC, I know a lot of people whose kids go to private schools except for their kids that are designated as EC, and they come to our school. Same with charter schools. This is really unbalanced, really unfair. Contact the legislatures, be adamant about what's going on. One resolution is powerful, but the reality is, overall, we really need to push these legislatures in general to give our kids what they deserve. This is a fact.
Mr. Wildebohr?
And I would just like to say that I'm also in favor of this, and then just from personal times, as when I was an administrator, we had one student that I still very well remember had needed, because they needed it, their own teacher, their own teacher assistant, so that one child by their self, cost the county about $100,000. So you can just imagine how much of the EC funding would be, eaten up by that child. But the child needed it. So, that's the thing. Sorry.
Can we ask, Julie, we had the number in the cost of $70,000 more.
So I don't have that with me right now, but I know, just think about our contract for one-on-one nurses. when we need 15 to 18 one-on-one RNs, and our contract for nurses exceeds $1 million a year. That lets you know about the, indeed that cost.
Dr. Burns?
One of the other angles that we've been working, Ms. Barnhart and I have been with the Public School Forum, for more than a year now, looking at multi-tiered funding formulas specifically for special ed. And both Ms. Sutton, Ms. Varnum, and I have all advocated for our district to pilot that if we're able to, because we do know that kids come in different sizes or different needs. You know what I mean.
Their needs come in different sizes?
Yeah. But, I mean, they come in different sizes too. But that's
That
all I
too,
know.
but you're fine. All right.
Financial
All right. So about 10 minutes for that discussion. After that, we have a closed session, whether we need it or not, we'll leave it there. Personnel report, correspondence, announcements, and adjournment. Ms. Barnhart.
We are under the 4-hour limit. Oh, praise God. Not by very much. I did include a 5-minute break. My apologies. I did include a 5-minute break, so 225 minutes, and 4 hours would be 240. So hopefully some of these things, I think we would be a little bit under time, but that's where we stand.
Okay.
Do I sense a trend?
I mean, don't jinx it.
To speak to that, Ms. Mason?
Yes, Ms. Bradford.
Let me some slack. Before this went to Greensboro, and Dr. Barnes did a presentation, and we helped him with it. We made comments all the way through it. And when we told the assembled board members and superintendents that our board meetings went 4 hours, they were aghast. Their board meetings take an hour to an hour and a half. So, and we did ask how many, we have 2 meetings a month, but majority of them did, but we can shorten that time without touching whole audience, although we did get a lot of feedback on that, but we can, there's ways to shorten it, and I'm going to be working on that as well.
Well, I do have to make a slight correction because I know that many of them said it was way more than 4 hours. There were some that said that some of their committees met for much longer amounts of time. And I had chairs come up to me and ask me, how do you modify that? And so we shared policy with other, anyways.
Well, to clarify that,
Yeah.
though, some boards have all of their committee meetings right before their regular board meeting. So you clock on and you're there for like hours. Thankfully, we don't do it that way.
All right. So the next item is the 2025 audit presentation.
So I'll ask Adam Sapuric, to come to the podium for us. You should have your binders at your seat. I'm sorry.
Is it a point of order or is it a point of inquiry?
Is it on screen too?
Yep,
Do we
it
not
is.
need to vote to approve the agenda
We already did.
that we just adopted for the main meeting?
We have never done that. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. You guys started talking about fund balance. I thought you were going to go over the audit without me. I will say I'm about to go over your audit report. Luckily, it has no findings. I heard a lot of discussion about writing policy regarding holdback or set-asides and fund balance. I will say that the districts that I've worked with that have tried to write policy to make you fiscally responsible oftentimes tie their own hands. When you write a policy that you have the ability to break, it all of a sudden becomes an audit finding. Because we look, looking at your revenue, the $100 million that you get from the county, you can't just say we're going to take 10% of that and set it aside for fund balance, because that's what you really need to do to build fund balance. Other funding sources will only be a fraction of like the money that you really need. So it is very difficult and very specific to write a policy, again, that you don't violate in the future, thus creating an audit finding. So just tread carefully if you're looking to write policy related to funding and fund balance, because I have seen it backfire on districts. I've seen it backfire on districts when they've had plenty of fund balance in the years when they have little fund balance. So that being said, again, in front of you, you should have an audit report as well as a 3-page letter to the board. the 3-page letter is just to let you know that the audit went fine. We didn't have any difficulties, any disagreements with management. We did implement GASB 101, a Governmental Accounting Standards Boards. They issue requirements. GASB 101 basically required us to put in liability on the financial statements for sick leave. This does not affect your fund balance. This is in regards to net position. So throughout these statements, your funds carry your fund balance, the money that you have available to appropriate. You then take those funds and add things like pension liability, accrued leave, sick leave now, the value of your buildings, and gives you like the value of your public company if you were one, your net position. So the GASB related to sick leave really just affects net position and not the money that you have available to appropriate. Sick leave is paid as it's used. We just created an estimate for the potential sick leave on hand if it were all used, and again, in accordance with GASB 101. So that is detailed in that 3-page letter. You will also notice there is draft stamped on every single one of these pages. We conduct our audit of the financial statements as well as an audit of compliance. The compliance audits, we use compliance supplements written by the Office of Management and Budget, the federal OMB. They issue compliance supplements telling us what steps to test on Title I for compliance, EC, child nutrition. These programs have been around for a long time. The requirements for those programs have not changed, but OMB has not finalized their 2025 audit supplements. They normally come out in April or May, and I know everybody's shocked. They come out in April or May. As of September, they still had not been issued. The government shutdown didn't help things. In fact, because those supplements have not been written, anybody that receives federal dollars, the AICPA has recommended you cannot finalize an audit of compliance until those supplements are finalized. We have drafts, we know the steps, we know the funding. I really anticipate the only thing that will change from the draft we look at today to the draft when it's issued will be the date of when I can finalize the audit. So until then, it's held open. If there's a subsequent event that happens, we'll put that footnote there, a December hurricane. But barring anything of that nature, really the only thing that will be changing is the date. The LGC is also not accepting audits at this point, so again, can't finalize, can't submit it. Their deadline was December 31. It's now been pushed back to February 16th. This is a statewide, nationwide problem. Big in the accounting world, maybe not to you guys, but that's why we're looking at a draft here versus a final report. If you would turn to page 1 of that draft report, that's our opinion letter. And again, clean audit report, clean audit opinion. First section of this report basically says that we believe these financial statements accurately reflect the net position and the fund balance for New Hanover County Schools as of June 30, 2025, and the activity for the year then ended. So again, a clean, unmodified opinion. And our opinion basically states that the financial statements are accurate. Not whether you had a good year or a bad year. We have talked the last few years about how much fund balance you've used. That's really a side note, just giving you the information that comes to us. But at the end of the day, the opinion is really that the financial statements are accurate. If you would turn to page 14, Exhibit 3. So again, the first two exhibits, those are at the net position level, a balance sheet and income statement that takes, again, all this fund balance and adds assets and liabilities that are essentially non-cash to give you what would be like a fair market value for New Hanover County Schools. But what's important is really the fund balance. So there's 70-some pages here. Exhibit 3, Exhibit 4, Exhibit 7, and Exhibit 8, the 4 most important pages in this document. Those are where your numbers are. That is where your fund balance is. So if anything you take away from this report is Exhibit 3, 4, 7, and 8. Exhibit 3 is a balance sheet for all of your governmental funds. You have your assets, your liabilities, and fund balance. Your fund balance is primarily housed in 2 funds, the general fund, which is where your county money comes in, and the other restricted revenue fund, Fund 8, where basically everything else comes in. You have some state and federal grants that come in there, some unrestricted dollars come in there, like interest, indirect cost, your Medicaid comes in there. Those two, again, house primarily your fund balance, and if you look at the bottom of column 1 and column 4, you can see that your general fund balance in the first column was $3,892,000. That's a decrease of $30,000, essentially break even. I will say of that $3.8 million, $1.8 million is of non-cash assets. You have inventory on hand, that is money you have already spent. You have a prepaid of $875,000, that is money already out the door. So while they are assets, they are not available to appropriate. They are in the fund balance section called non-spendable because they have been spent. You have $122,000 of receivables. You cannot spend receivables until you receive it, and it's in the bank until the next year. So we have a restricted for stabilization by state statute, which is made up of money that you had not collected as of June 30. And so what you have available to appropriate is $1,874,000. You've committed $500,000 to disaster recovery, and your unassigned is $1,374,000. That's a very low number for fund balance. But luckily, you do have other special revenue fund, your Fund 8. There is $23 million of fund balance in that fund. The fourth column, the other restricted fund, it houses your other fund balance, $23 million, and that's an increase of $6.8 million from last year. So between those two funds, you added $6.8 million of fund balance. When you compare last year, Fund 2, you used 8.6 and added 5.6 in Fund 8 for a net decrease of $3 million. So you went between those two funds from a usage of $3 million to an adage of 6.8, a $9.8 million swing.
Ms. Barnhart? Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to know how we got that money coming in.
Still, at the end of the day, going from using $3 million between those two funds to adding 6.8, a significant swing, tapering off that usage of fund balance that you had to do because you ran out of fund balance in Fund 2. I think it changes the tone of the last two meetings of just how much fund balance you were using to, all right, this is now sustainable, adding, again, fund balance, all of it in the restricted fund, but there is some unrestricted sources. I would recommend looking at utilizing those unrestricted funds in the other restricted fund balance to build up the general fund balance a little higher than the $1.8 million that you have available to appropriate. It's easier to spend that Fund 2 money when something pops up, an emergency happens. So the ratio here is a little skewed with the most of your money being in the other restricted fund, but there is means of moving expenditures or spending those funds to help put those back in an equilibrium where you have half of your fund balance in each, if that's, what it ends up falling into. But again, can't write that into a policy, But there is a large amount of fund balance in Fund 8 and very little in Fund 2, and that ratio, that difference, it is a little odd. But the main takeaway, you're not spending fund balance like you were the last 2 years.
Ms. Bradford?
You just said you can do it, but you didn't tell us how.
Moving expenditures that meet restricted requirements or expenditures that can be spent on the non-restricted sources. So interest income comes into the other restricted fund. Indirect cost. Currently, child nutrition pays very little indirect cost. If you chose to pay indirect cost from child nutrition, that revenue would go into the other restricted fund. A lot of that indirect cost would be used to cover utilities. The kitchens use electricity. You could essentially charge child nutrition an indirect cost, $800,000 at most. I think there's a calculation. It's 8% of their expenditures, and utilize those indirect costs to pay electric costs that are currently being paid out of Fund 2. So that's where your finance department will determine the best way to utilize Fund 8 and Fund 2 in conjoinment to maybe correct that vast difference in Fund 2 to Fund 8 fund balance.
The fiscal year. So as you may recall, we'll come back to you in July and we'll have a budget amendment. And normally that's where we're trying to do some of these shifts to be able to have those funds in the right place. So they're more flexible in the future. So we will continue doing that.
Dr. Merrick?
Ms. Sutton, when we just looked at an audit a few months ago, and they looked at how you were managing the books, and they gave you, glowing recommendations. And I did see that you were they said you were doing a great job of moving things from one account to the next in any way that you could, playing Tetris with our money to most benefit us. So I think that's what we're talking about here. So what he's saying to you doesn't sound strange, right? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I hope it doesn't sound strange to you guys, but
Yeah,
if it does, let's talk later.
It's not an accident that you receive $100 million from the county and your change in fund balance is $30,000. I mean, that doesn't just happen. We're at a point where you really could not use any more of your local fund balance, and that's what you did. $30,000, again, to me is break even when you're talking $100 million. Anything that could be moved and to not spend any more fund balance was moved over to Fund 8. It would just be now recommended to try to keep doing that a little bit more to get from just $1.8 million of usable fund balance in Fund 2.
I'm sorry, Adam, I just want to share one more thing. I just lost it. Dang it. Sorry, it'll come back to me.
Ms. Bradford?
If I understand it, you're saying we used $30,000 out of our fund balance this year
In Fund 2,
in Fund 2. Got that written down.
the general fund.
And what did we spend that on?
So remember, we actually allocated $1 million for EC, those extra ECTA positions, and we only ended up spending 30 because we had enough vacancy savings, elapsed salaries, where we didn't end up spending everything that we had appropriated, because we knew that carryover was going to come over from the previous year. So we talked about that. I think it was around this same time last year. I think it was last October.
Any other questions? You do have fund balance in capital outlay. It's $122,000, a decrease of $130,000. Again, capital outlay is on a reimbursement basis from the county. You have very little fund balance there to carry over to spend on projects. You spend it as you receive it from the county. And then across your schools, you have $2.3 million on hand for the athletics, the booster clubs, the fundraisers that come through your individual schools, and that was an increase of $74,000 from last year. If you turn 2 more pages, this is the income statement. It's a little smaller, a little harder to read, but it is the income statement that gives us those changes in fund balances that we talked about while looking at your fund balance. And so you can see there across the top, the revenues, $101 million in the general fund. 99 of that comes from the county. That was an increase of $5.5 million. When you look at that $9.8 million swing in your loss to profit, part of it is increasing appropriations from the county of $5.5 million. You get $188 million from the state public school fund, $15 million in federal grants. That $15 million is really almost back to pre-pandemic levels. There was $1.5 million of COVID money left over that expired in December of 2024. If you look back at last year's audit, you spent almost $47 million of federal funds, a lot of COVID-19 education stabilization funds. So this federal grants fund number of $15.6 million, that's really back in line pre-pandemic before those ESSER funds, those COVID-19 funds. The other restricted revenue fund collected $18 million. That was $1.2 million less. A lot of the programs funded in this fund, they swing. Medicaid, donations, private grants. You'll have revenue swings in this fund because they're not annual appropriations like the state public school fund and the federal grants funds. So $18.2 million received in other restricted funds. And then the $14 million received from the county, again, mostly on a reimbursement basis. There's also some state money that comes in through the county, lottery funds. The DPI provides buses for you. So that $14 million of revenue was, again, met with $14 million of expenses. And then the individual schools collect $3.2 million for the year across, again, all those schools. Then your expenditures, but if you look towards the bottom of the page, you can see that net change in fund balance, $37,000 decrease in the general fund, $6,788,000 in the other restricted fund, a decrease of $130,000 in capital outlay, and $74,000 increase in the individual school fund. Again, those were the same numbers we talked about when we were looking at the balance sheet, but that's where those numbers that we just talked about came from, this income statement here.
Ms. Bradford?
Could you give us an example of private funds? Would that be something like the tobacco fund or something like that?
Yeah. Donations, CTE grants. There's a lot of grants that come through that restricted grants fund or restricted revenue fund. All right. So aside from your governmental funds, you have one business type fund. So if you would turn to page 22. This is Exhibit 7. Again, Exhibit 3, 4, 7, and 8. You can't really look at fund balance in a business type fund because net position and fund balance are the same number. We have to record business type funds on the full accrual method. So when you buy a new piece of equipment, you capitalize it and depreciate it. They have to record sick leave and annual leave as a liability within this fund, even though we know annual leave isn't going to be paid out all at once or sick leave isn't going to be paid out all at once. The pension plan liability is included in these liabilities. So instead of looking at your net position of $440,000, which is, again, almost zero, you look at the cash on hand, that first number. So Exhibit 7, most important number on this page, top of the page, $9,234,000. That is a lot of cash on hand in child nutrition. It was a decrease of $41,000 from last year. Last year's increase in cash was an increase of $870,000. So this fund with $9 million in the bank is fiscally sound. You cannot get to that money because it is child nutrition money, has to be spent on child nutrition. The only way you can get to this money is through charging indirect cost. They utilize free electricity, they utilize free departments, and you're allowed to charge them at basically an overhead rate. And so that indirect cost this year was only $96,000. The recommended amount of cash on hand or net working capital is anywhere from 1 to 3 months. If you have less than 2 months of cash on hand, you're not able to charge indirect cost. If you have 3 months on hand, you have to write a spend down plan of how we're going to spend some of this down. So that 1 to 3 month is DPI is recommended. You're sitting more at like 6 months with $9 million of cash on hand and anywhere like $15 million of annual expenses. You make money serving food in New Hanover County. Now, that doesn't mean you will always make food or make money serving food. Costs go up, but the reimbursement rates have been slow to increase over time since the COVID-19 feeding program ended, where everybody ate for free. Luckily for 25-26, reimbursement rates are going up, so there will be a shot of revenue, additional revenue, even if you serve the same number of meals. I will say that your revenue in this fund went down, but so did your expenses proportionately. So maintaining high participation and managing costs are key to making money here. And a lot of districts across the state can't do it. If you have too many small schools, if you don't have that participation, school systems that run out of cash in this child nutrition fund have to be funded locally, basically from Fund 2, because every kid has to eat. So financially stable with $9 million in the bank and the ability to actually generate a profit serving food.
And I'll also add, if it's okay, there is a form in order to charge the child nutrition program indirect costs. There's a form that you have to complete and submit to DPI, and then they return an approval for that. We did submit that last year, and before that we didn't charge indirect costs, but with the changes in the pay for our child nutrition employees, we didn't charge them certainly as much as what we could have. But we are going to file that same form again this year, asking permission to charge indirect costs. But it is a fine line because we are doing so well on child nutrition, we didn't have those worries that maybe other people had as far as not knowing when that reimbursement was going to come, because we knew that they had the funding within their program to be able to do that. And so I just wanted to let the board know that we are filing the form. So if we are able to charge child nutrition indirect costs this year, we are planning to do that.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I honestly don't love the idea of charging child nutrition and overhead. My head kind of went, can we reevaluate how much we're charging for lunches to potentially look at the opportunity? We could see an increase of more participation, which we've already seen, obviously, a great participation rate, but there's an opportunity to kind of reevaluate, in my head, to reevaluate this and potentially gain traction. My other question.
I could answer that if you want, or I can let you ask the second one.
Well, my second one is, I know that in the past we've had a debt owed, and we have said we're not going to have debt collectors for child lunch and breakfast balance at the end of the year. So I don't know if any of that, if we have the potential of using those funds to cover any overage. I don't know what that amount is this year, but those were my two off-the-hand questions, off my mind.
So for the bulk of your revenue, if you actually would turn to page 23, Exhibit 8. Your revenue comes from two sources. 2.3 million of actual food sales. A lot of that is supplemental sales, and then some actual paid lunches and breakfast. Then you have your non-operating revenues in the middle of the page, 10,335,000. That is your federal reimbursements. That declined $800,000 from last year. In order to qualify for these federal funds, again, pre-pandemic, there's been waivers since the pandemic ended on what you have to charge for lunch prices. If your charged price does not cover the cost of a meal, then local has to write Fund 5 a check because you've made a decision to underutilize paying for meals and overutilizing federal reimbursement. So your price that you charge for meals is pretty much set. And back before the pandemic, every year you did this price equity tool where you calculated how much we need to increase the price to cover the cost of a meal. And as long as you were going up in increments of 10 cents, you never had to write that check from local to child nutrition to pay for the fact that you weren't charging what it costs to make a meal. And it's difficult to charge that because kids don't eat it at $3.50. They're certainly not going to eat it at $5.50. And so pricing lunches, you get very little room is to drastically decrease the price, and that's not going to drive participation. The participation that needs to happen is in the federal reimbursement, where the bulk of your kids get free and reduced lunches. You even get some federal reimbursement on those paid meals. But participation in the form of getting more kids through the line, whether they're paying for it or not paying for it, is the key driver to the revenue, especially on the federal reimbursement side. The other part, which you're talking about, is the charges. If a kid goes through a line and doesn't have the funds to pay, they charge a negative balance to that kid. And then if you don't collect it from that child, local has to fund that charged meal. Again, because it's deemed that as the board, you're writing the policies, you're making the decisions regarding how you collect those funds, whether you send debt collectors or principals or just how it's collected. And so any charges at the end of the year are paid for out of local into child nutrition. And so, and those are paid by September of the next year. So that is a continuous ongoing charge that local pays for kids who don't qualify for free and reduced, or maybe do qualify for free and reduced but didn't do applications, or if they're not a part of a CEP school, basically the schools that all kids eat for free. But again, the real driver in participation is getting kids through the line, especially in schools where all those kids eat for free anyway.
Ms. Bradford?
Following up on that, you said we had a decrease in our revenue. Was it because of the 120 students less we have in the schools, or because students aren't eating, or something else?
Some of both. The 120 kids is not enough to make the 800,000 when you look at that ratio. 120 kids to your 12,000, 800,000 versus 10.3. Those aren't. It wasn't just the 120,000. It is just participation in general. Again, kids going through the line.
Mr. Perry?
It's great that our, excuse me, keep forgetting, Chair with Mr. I have a question. It's great that our program in general, our nutrition program, is making money. But on a school-by-school basis, are we losing money at our community eligibility provision schools and just making it up making our profit from the other schools that don't qualify for that? Because it seems like if we're only getting reimbursed a certain amount for that we would inevitably lose money at these schools.
It's a larger equation than that. So if you have a large CEP school, that is going to be your biggest moneymaker. A large CEP school that is highly free and reduced percentage-wise. So what happens if you were just looking at CEP district-wide, if you have 60% of your kids that qualify for free meals, those 60% would go through the line and they would get 100% of the federal reimbursement for those 60% kids. The other 40% would pay. When you go to CEP, you basically say, instead of taking 100% of 60, we're going to take 60% of 100. Every kid eats for free, but the reimbursement rate might go down because we know there are some kids that don't qualify eating for free. So with that equation, you try to increase participation so that you're taking 60% of a bigger number. And you also look at it now school by school. So you can do, this school qualifies at this percentage, this school, so it's much more school by school basis. It's not just a one school is funding the other. If anything, you could say your large schools, more kids are funding your smaller schools. There's an economy of scale when it comes to salaries, whether you're serving 300 meals, 400 meals at a small school versus 800 meals at a large school. You don't need twice as much staff at a large school as you do at a small school. There's a certain number that just to get into the kitchen and start cooking, you need a certain staffing level. So there really isn't a connection between CEP and non-CEP schools. It's more between large schools and small schools.
But just as a general comment, our CEP schools do well as far as participation, and we can most certainly get with Amy Stanley and provide the participation levels at each school, if that would be helpful or interesting, if you guys are interested in having that information.
There are some schools, so when you look at the list of the schools and like their percentage of free and reduced, at some point you just say, if we can't keep going down this list, because it might be in a district where only 20% qualify, and to say all those kids eat for free and get very little federal reimbursement on all kids eating for free. And again, it's just based on the economic demographics of that school. So when you have all of your schools versus CEP, you look at it district-wide, but when you have a clear cutoff of, we have lower wealth schools and higher wealth schools, in determining a line of these are the schools that are going to be CEP and these are not, at some point it just doesn't make sense to go lower than a certain percentage. And again, Amy would be able to identify kind of where that cutoff is. We had to stop here because if we go to this next school on this list, the reimbursement rate percentage-wise is not going to be as good as what we're getting by selling the meals and having kids do applications that qualify individually. So, and again, which is a whole nother issue, getting kids to fill out, or parents to fill out applications. There might be a lot of kids that qualify for free meals, they just don't do the application.
And annually, we do review the school, the percentages to try to determine where the balance is as far as the reimbursement. You know, how many schools should we select to be on CEP based on what the potential expense might be to us locally, because the federal reimbursement wouldn't cover all of that. So that is an annual thing that we review. Amy Stanley actually does the work on that and then shares that with Dr. Morgan and myself for review.
And she tries to look for different ways to collect schools together to increase the ability for CEP. But we have some schools that are just so low on that list that they just can't figure out a way to put them in.
And I'm going to pause just for a second. We do have that NCDIT update at 4:30, and so we do need to get through this. I saw Mr. Wildebohr and I saw Dr. Merrick. I want to make sure that we get through all of it as quickly as possible, if you could, Mr. Wildebohr.
And I don't know if this question really should be directed to you or to Ms. Sutton, but when we were at Greensboro, we did hear from a lot of folks about like Armark and these other companies. I know other counties have done that. I think our child nutrition folks are doing an awesome job for us, and they are doing putting forth a great meal. But I wonder where that comes into play, whether it's better to outsource something like that or to do it ourselves.
The only districts that I work with that outsource are smaller. I have not seen a large district outsourcing, but it is becoming a topic discussed more and more, just because the cost of benefits is so high. Again, I don't know if Amy's looked into what the cost structure would look like on outsourcing it. Again, that's out of this audit.
Normally you see that in school districts who are not able to be profitable, but Amy Stanley and her group have been able to put a really good plan in place. So that's the reason we really haven't looked at doing that. I don't know that we would save any money going that route, in my opinion, because we do have some efficiency things in place, how she's handling, and Dr. Maureen, please feel free to jump in if you like. I think she's doing a great job, and I think we might be moving backwards if we were to try to outsource it, in my opinion.
I don't really have anything to add, but I will say I feel like the trade-off would be more expensive, given the number of schools that we're serving and the number of people that we're working with. And she does have a system in place, and it's ever evolving, and she's doing the best she can to help our managers increase participation on a regular basis. I would say, if anything, it's probably more about just continuing to help support her to increase the efficiency of what they're doing, and then also to try and help educate people who don't realize that participation is about the number of students who go through the line, not about the number of students enrolled in a school, because so many things that we deal with in child nutrition, so many things we deal with in schools are based on enrollment, but in the child nutrition department or school nutrition department, it's really based on participation.
Just so we're aware, board members, we have 15 minutes, and we have a substantial amount of things and a closed session to go through. So as quickly as possible, Dr. Merrick.
Yeah. First of all, economies of scale. I think we also have to remember that we are employing people who do this work.
Yes.
And we want to support the people that we employ. So that's one. And also to remind us of the audit that we went through that said that, Ms. Sutton, your department is doing a phenomenal job of determining which schools should be where and how to do it. So I want to remind us about that audit.
In closing, page 65 starts the last of three letters. Internal controls, compliance over federal requirements, and compliance over state requirements. No findings of internal control, material weaknesses, or significant deficiencies. We found no federal or state misspent monies, question costs. Those three letters are essentially what's holding up the audit. Those opinion letters are based on those federal compliance supplements. But again, I anticipate no additional steps being added to any of our test work. It is just a matter of the federal government finalizing. All right.
Thank you so much.
Yep, certainly. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we have about 13 minutes until NCDIT is going to join us. How long is the public records request update going to take?
We can do my part in 3 minutes.
Go for it.
Thank you. All right, for 3 minutes. All right. So we currently have 17 public records open at this time. The oldest 5 are for our board member emails, and those have just been sent to our attorney this week for review and redaction. Other than that, we had 4 in November, 10 in October, 5 in September, 4 in August, for a total of 75 this year, 169 last year, and we will have all of these completed within 2 weeks.
And Anita and I have talked about sort of putting 3 steps in place over the course of a year, where at winter break, at spring break, and at the close of the school year, we're going to try to hit 0 in each of those times. So it gives us just a chance to refresh. Please understand, some of them are very complex, but some of them also will come back and ask again for just one additional piece of information. And this doesn't include all the requests that we respond to by email, with the news media and things like this. So we're working to try to put in a space where we'll hit 0 by Christmas, 0 by spring break, and then again 0 again at the end of the school year.
It's less than half than last year.
And how many of those are not overdue yet?
5.
Okay.
And by overdue, he means we have an internal timeline of 30 days of what we're trying to accomplish. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes we have to contact the requester again, because some of the requests will come up with 20 or 30,000 emails, so we have to kind of refine some of those requests and get things down a little bit.
Okay. Do our attorneys have any updates on where they're at as far as public records requests?
This week you have.
This week. Yes, yes. All right. So NCDIT will be joining us, hopefully. Are they on already? Oh, Mr. Perry, go ahead.
If we've got a few minutes before they're on, I would just request a 5-minute recess.
Okay. Okay, we can have a, I would say, there being no objections, 5-minute recess. to your seats.
What? Did you see that?
We are still waiting on our NCDIT to join us. I'm hesitant to start a new discussion because of the length of some of the discussions that I think we're going to have for these topics. I did want to, it was, Ms. Barnhart brought to my attention the low-performing school improvement plans. And so I asked Dr. Barnes if you could kind of update everybody about what.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm glad, thank you, Josie, for the reminder, too. So about a month and a half ago or so, Jared came up and shared with you guys how to look at the school improvement plans for our schools. You don't have to review or approve the school improvement plans for most of our schools, but the low-performing ones need to come back and have you guys approve them. So you've had the opportunity to look at them over the past several weeks or so. I did not get it onto the agenda consensus items, but it will have to go on for next week's consensus because we will need to stipulate to DPI that we've approved their plans before the 6th of December. So basically, I just wanted you guys to know that you'll see something new in in consensus agenda for next week. So
That'll be the, I mean, it was already supposed to be in there. It was the, yeah.
So you'll just vote on it next week when you approve
Right.
consensus.
We just didn't get to go through and review. Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, and I already expressed this to Mr. Worthington whenever he was there, but I'm going to ask the question because these are coming back before us again. I know other schools are every 2 years, but specifically since these are low-performing schools, to highlight where the changes are, because we don't want to see a continual trend of low-performing. We want to see the intentionality so that hopefully they're not going to be low-performing next year. So just to highlight those changes that are being made to the school improvement plan.
Now, I am correct that you guys have had access to look at them, correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'll see if I can ask them to highlight the things that are new or updated or changed.
Well, Ms. Mayor?
Yes, Ms. Bradford.
Can I ask a question about what we just heard? I wrote down 2 questions in terms about nutrition and how do we get more kids through the line? And if we have this extra money, can we not use that to improve selection of what the kids eat so that our Hoggard student doing his reviews can get us up to more 10s?
I'll let you take this one if you want, but I know that there are pretty strict guidelines in what we are and are not allowed to give students, how we're allowed to prepare it, and what we're allowed to add to it.
That's true. There are other things, and Amy's trying on a regular basis to kind of figure out ways to help improve participation. One of the things that she's done recently is add vending machines at the high schools, which will take debit cards, credit cards. And so I think, and because of that, that means it'll also, students can use their smartphones, but they're using, the foods that are going in there are in line with those specifications for Smart Snacks. So it would be just like if they were selling them in the cafeteria line, but they're selling them in a vending machine. And so little things like that, I think, I mean, I know that's not a little thing, but it's one of those things where it's just little things like changing the way that they accept payment from students.
Right.
I think because they are already accustomed to using digital payment methods as opposed to cash and change, I think that can help boost participation. But one of the reasons we're only doing it at the high school right now is so that we can sort of test that theory.
I'm going to put a pin in this conversation because we do have our NCDIT representative on, and so I wanted to ask Ms. Bernice from NCDIT to share with us any and all updates you have for us. Welcome to our meeting.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I wanted to provide you an update regarding third-party, I would say, due diligence that we are now doing at DIT on a more consistent basis, I'll say that. One is that we are doing additional monitoring of our third-party vendors, and that's at point in times and periodically, I should say. One, we are using additional tools, one tool called BitSite, which gives you a continuous rating on a vendor, telling us about their cyber hygiene to ensure they have appropriate controls in place to mitigate risk of externally internet exposed information technology assets, so systems, devices, things of that nature. We also are getting independent reporting regarding our vendors, either a SOC Type 2, Type 2 report, which basically tells you the controls a vendor has in place and if they are actually working as intended. And so we're getting these reports from our vendors, or potential vendors actually, so when we're in negotiation, we get them initially before we approve anything. And then on a going forward basis, we're getting those annually. If a vendor does not have one in place, we're actually obtaining what we call a bridge letter. And that bridge letter basically will be the external firm's attestation that between a period of time of their last report and their current report that controls are still working as designed. So again, giving us some status of that company's cyber hygiene. The other thing I would say we are doing too is we have a couple of other assessments when they don't have a third-party report in place, and that's a security assessment, which we have some questions, and we also have a privacy threshold to understand the data in place, but depending on the sensitivity of the data in place, we will require additional controls. And lastly, what I would say that we are actually deploying now and hope to be fully deployed probably by the end of March, early April, is transitioning North Carolina into a GovRamp state. GovRamp is a platform, a company, where they do continuous monitoring of vendors, and there's different levels of verification that they have to go through to talk about their cyber hygiene. We're looking to transition that any vendor who does provide services, does work for the state, have to be GovRamp certified. Again, this is really giving us a core level of cyber hygiene that we have an expectation for all our vendors. As the sensitivity level of data that may be in scope goes up, they'll have to have additional certification levels. And so I think there's like 4 levels. And that will give us constant views into their cyber hygiene and will give us, I should say, I'll call it discussion points as we have periodic meetings with our vendors. If something seems as though their cyber hygiene is going down, one will be immediately alerted and can then have additional conversations with them about remediation or mitigating controls. So again, as you bundle all of these items together, it's all about ensuring that our third parties who are either processing or storing our data have a foundational level of cyber hygiene. And we're making sure that these are communicated to our vendors in our contracts with our expectations of reporting and performance to make sure that data is secure and the systems that store or process our data is secure. So I'll stop there to see if there's any questions or comments.
Mr. Perry.
Hi, it's David. Board member. Thank you. You mentioned monitoring of these third-party vendors. Second, kind of like essentially trying to literally have hack into their systems in order to determine if they actually are secure and not vulnerable to cyber attacks?
Sorry, I didn't hear the first part of that question. I just heard the end of it. You were kind of breaking up a little bit.
Oh, I apologize. My mic's been a little fishy all day. So basically, I'm just saying, as part of your monitoring, do you have either automated or through AI or whatever, or some manual testers, basically trying to hack into their systems and see if there are vulnerabilities? Is that part of the monitoring that you are doing?
Well, it's called what we do is we're expecting to have third-party providers. A part of their testing and continuous monitoring, part of that is called penetration testing. What penetration testing does, or some people call it red team testing, depending on the level that it's done. That is where you're actually seeing if you can get into, if you can, if you can get into a vendor's or a company's network because of exposed vulnerabilities. And so what you do, and this is part of penetration testing, and again, there's certain levels of it, but you'll say, hey, here are these vulnerabilities you noted from scanning it, and you're seeing if the controls that they say they have in place will alert that company internally that someone is trying to get into their network, or if you can get into their network, and if you do, then there's a report saying this is what we were able to do, this is how far we can get, and these are the controls that we recommend you put into place to prevent us from doing that in the future. You'll see that a lot of times in your SOC testing, you'll see that in your ISO testing, your ISO 27001 is a certification, one of the certifications, and that's calls for your penetration testing. And for some vendors, again, depending on what they do, may have to adhere to NIST, which is a cyber standard too, NIST SP 800-53. Penetration testing is required to have done on an annual basis. So those are some of the things that we are looking for and we're getting from them on an annual basis and initially when we go into the contract. The other part that we do periodically is anyone can scan a vendor from an external perspective. You can do an unauthenticated scan. And that unauthenticated scan will let you know to see if you can get into anything from internet exposable vulnerabilities. So anybody can do that at any point in time. Those are some of the things that we're doing periodically, especially for more of our strategic vendors. So I know long answer, but yes, we are doing that either ourselves or that will be communicated in some of the external certification reports that we are requiring.
Is this new, or has this been going on all along?
Some parts of it we have been doing, but it hasn't been on a continuous basis. Some parts it was done when a contract may have first come into place, but it wasn't, monitored continuously before renewals or things of that nature. But again, the threat landscape has changed. And so with the changing of the threat landscape, we need to be more proactive to get in front of any vulnerabilities, to get in front of potentials for, data exposure, unauthorized data exposure. So some of these controls, we're definitely maturing to be a little bit more aggressive as third parties are one of the biggest risks that we face.
Thank you.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you for being here. Good to see you again. I would love for you to expand a little bit on the government grant state. You said that North Carolina is transitioning to that. We are at the will of NCDPI when we have to utilize it was Power School and now Infinite Campus. And so how quickly are we going to see a transition to a government grant state with these vendors having to go through these 4 vet levels, if you will?
Yeah, so it's called GovRamp. And GovRamp is, we're looking to have that in place, like I said, in the first quarter calendar year, next calendar year, end of March, early April. And we're going to give vendors 6 to 12 months to become GovRamp compliant, depending on what they're doing. for the state. There's a whole program that comes with this, so it's not going to like, hey, you have to do this and no guidance, assistance. We are starting communication of this actually in January 15th to be exact, with webinars that's going to be available for vendors, telling them the process, the program, the expectations, and again, assistance to get them there. And so specifically, you mentioned Power School, and quite frankly, any other vendor that the state used, we have language in every contract, which has been updated. So it was language before, but I've had it updated so that we actually have the right to audit a vendor annually. We either can audit them ourselves, have a third party do it, or again, get an independent third party report. And so, for example, we actually did have an assessment of Power School done. And this is something that will probably get done, oh, I forget the name for the other part that we're doing now. It's not necessarily Power School anymore. But we'll probably get that done for the next foreseeable future. Until they are completely on GovRamp and we have that continuous monitoring to ensure that some good cyber hygiene practices are in place. Where we see that there are opportunities, we are actually in communication with them to talk about their remediation and to make sure that remediation is happening in the time frame that they said is going to happen. Did that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Well, thank you so much for that update. Thank you for taking time out of your day to join us. We truly appreciate it, and hopefully we won't have any more any more needs to be concerned as far as breaches and such. But we appreciate all that you're doing, and thanks for taking time to talk to us.
Absolutely. Thank you. Anytime. Okay, have a good one.
You too.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. All right, in looking at the time and knowing that we have a closed session that will likely be roughly 45 minutes, I have kind of broken down the next 3 items on the agenda with some times. There's a little bit of give, but not a lot. So I have for the next one, 10 minutes for old business 5 and for new business 10. So that's the time I'm allotting as of right now, just so that we can ensure that we have enough time for closed session, and then afterwards the personnel report and the closing up stuff, so that we don't have to extend. So with that being said, I wanted to continue to the next item, which is staff social media, and that is Dr. Barnes.
So question came up to me about what is my expectation for employees and social media. So I wanted to provide you a little bit, just a brief glance at what our policy says. You can see it there. I'm sure you've already read it. It is appropriate and it is lawful for an employee to speak to issues of public concern. And that impacts a lot within public schools. My general rule of thumb is I do not restrict what you want to say, but this policy does have some influence in how you say it. Specifically, if your social media indicates or infers that you are also an employee. Just for an example, I hate asparagus. Okay? Yeah, I just can't stand it. And so if I start posting anti-asparagus messages on my social media, and PETA gets involved, People for the Ethical Treatment of Asparagus, and they want to take issue with what I have said, it is really impossible for me as the superintendent to completely disassociate myself from the job I do. Even if I say I'm speaking as a private citizen about how awful asparagus is, people will say my influence is higher than it normally would be. So which is why I don't have social media, because I'm aware of that fact. As employees, I'm not going to restrict what you say, but there is influence on how you say it. And so if you look down this, if you look at the very bottom, if you look at B, go back up to B, please. First things first, there's a non-negotiable that employees are going to maintain professional relationship with students. Electronic media and communication with students is contraindicated, and we've talked about that with our staff quite a bit. However, I do want to make sure you know that if you look at C, employee use of social media, it does say, obviously you have the right to self-expression. Again, you have the right to issue things of public concern. However, you cannot completely disassociate yourself from being a role model. And if we have concerns of that nature, we usually sit down, HR usually talks with those persons responsible about where they are and what they think is appropriate, and we resolve those issues as they come up. So that gives you just kind of a brief overview. Again, the accountability portion comes in if it impacts on your ability to discharge the essential duties of your job, which is instructing and educating children.
Ms. Bradford?
I asked for this update because social media posting by school board members is creating a double standard between what the employer holds his people responsible for, what we hold him responsible for, and what we hold ourselves responsible for. And, you know, the number one job satisfaction killer in the workplace is when leadership says, do what I say, but not what I do. And so we have, as a board, continued to post things that are inflammatory, that endanger public safety. Free speech, as he said, free speech is, you know, responsible speech by elected officials because we are held to a higher standard for the things that we say and do. And we are headed into an election cycle where, well, at this point, there's 7 of us. One's already declared for another position on another board. 3 of us have declared for this board. 1 is undecided. 2 are undecided, and to be honest, 1 of us is still campaigning in the last election, and it's ending up on social media. It's harming our relationship with the staff because the double standard is in play here. And we have been asked to reach a definitive solution on this double standard, and we as a governing body need to do that. We're either accountable or we're not. The super shouldn't be in a position of having to tell his staff to ignore what the board says and that we are above being accountable. He should not have to tell his staff that. So, and we have been putting that. This is an information-only item, so we can't vote on anything today, but I have asked before, and I'm asking again, that this board have a sit-down session where we hash this out, and we either agree, A, we're going to abide by the policies that we've set, that we have in play, or we're not. And of course, if it's not, then the Wild West does ensue. But right now, we have a portion of our board acting against our policies, and the rest of the board's not holding them accountable. The chair has said she can't do it. It's up to the board to define how that's going to be done and when it's going to be done. So with that, Madam Chair, I conclude my remarks.
Ms. Barnhart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that we had a really successful joint meeting recently with our county commissioners. The conversation of passing a school-wide bond that is the largest that this county has ever seen going into this was, there's a lot of conversation about that, the fact that it was more close to double what we had in the past. And so I think I want to say I respect, and I liked how Dr. Burns said it earlier, respect the fact that you have the opportunity for freedom of speech, but it's about how you say it. And so looking at some of these things, taking a step back and saying, this is the first time in 10 years that we have the potential to affect $300 million for much needed infrastructure needs for our students. And I think that alone should allow us to think twice. I'm so proud of the fact this last year we had a lower turnover rate than the state did. I think it was 8%, the first time in 10 years that it was under a 2-digit turnover. These are things to be proud of. And as we continue to move forward, there will be things that we're passionate about. I'm not going to deny that, myself included. But as we think about what does it mean to be successful, we're talking about being able to impact generations to come. And so I just want to remind us all of that, myself included.
In policy, I'm going to go in the now. In policy committee, we had one policy come forward that was policy 2127, and I believe we kept it in policy because of some questions and concerns we had. But I would recommend board members kind of go look through that. It gives a lot of details, and some of the changes, it's minimal changes, but it's a big change. It's a small section, but it says a lot. I would recommend board members kind of go and look there as well. You know, when we're considering what are we posting, what are we saying online, in addition to the fact that the buck stops here. Let's be honest, the buck stops here, and we all have to be responsible for what we say on the dais. We all have to be responsible for what we say online. I don't think that there is an individual sitting up here that has not has not violated policy, whether inadvertently or intentionally. And so just being aware of what we're doing and being willing to listen to each other, I think is going to get us much further this year. This is going to be a challenging year. I agree with my colleague that this is going to be a challenging year. This is a big election for this particular body. And so just being aware of what we say and how it impacts our students and our staff, I think is going to be super important. Ms. Justice?
Oh, yeah. I just want to point out something that I have learned. Be aware of the fact that we are public figures, whether we like it or not. I made the mistake of defending somebody without even thinking about the school board. I was thinking about my friend who was under attack online. And it turned into a big brouhaha because they went after me, discovered I was on the school board. So I'm definitely stepping back and not getting involved in these things because we are public figures. We have lost a lot of with that fancy word, peace and quiet. So just be aware that no matter how much somebody attacks friends of yours, ridiculously, just stay back, stay out of it, because it's not worth it to the board and the schools. That's my 2 cents. I've learned that lesson. Thank you.
And just so we're aware, we only have like maybe 2 more minutes. Mr. Wildebohr and then Mr. Perry.
I would just like to concur with what everybody said, and I think we all would agree that that bond is the number one thing. It's the best thing for kids. It's the best thing for, so, if we have to bite our lip for a year until we get across that finish line, that's what we need to do. Because, obviously we need it. I had speaking of chiropractors, my chiropractor today was saying, explain it to me. So I did actually. Well, yeah, if the enrollments were going down, I said, yeah, but you look at our school buildings, we need, it's got to happen, But that's what we got to be saying, not other things. So anyway, thank you all.
And Mr. Perry. I'll get it right, I swear.
I just want to say one thing, which is that I understand the need to be civil in our postings when we can. Even when we disagree, we should be civil. That's how we should conduct ourselves. And but I will say that, and I try to be, but sometimes I'm human and I make mistakes too when I'm posting. And what you intend is, you can't help how other people perceive necessarily what you say. You can take all cares, but there's always going to be somebody in the background who's offended at what you say, and we can't control that. All we can do is our best effort to try to remain civil. But you can't help if somebody's going to take it the wrong way that you never intended. You can, unless you want to write a legal document before you say something. I would just encourage everybody to take care and to think through it twice. I get all that, and before they hit the post button. But at a certain point, this should not come down to too many people are complaining type of things, because there's always going to be somebody who complains.
Super fast, Dr. Merrick.
it's not what you say, it's how you say it sometimes, right? And if we all remember when we're speaking in public, when we're posting online, we're not always subject matter experts. We're not always right. We have opinions, we have beliefs, we care about the kids. And so I think if we just consider that whatever we say, it's like, hey, this is my opinion, I might be wrong, right? Bring a little bit more curiosity and a little less know-it-all. And hey, I've been guilty of that myself, right? I think we all have. So more curiosity, more interest in connecting with the public and showing the public that we care. We don't always have to be right.
All right. Thank you, board members. The next item is the Employee Bonus Ad Hoc Committee review. I put this on here because at the time of our decision in July, we had unresolved budget concerns and my own caution about the launching of the committee that led me to support the postponement. In hindsight, I recognize my caution may have contributed to possibly an unnecessary delay, and now that we're a little more stable, I believe that the conditions have changed enough to warrant revisiting the committee's timeline. And in that light, I move to amend the previously adopted motion that set the committee's start date for the 2026-27 school year to strike 2026-27 and to replace with November 24th, 2025 through the 2026 school year.
Point of order, ma'am. We adopted something, so in order to change that, since it's already been adopted, we are going to have to go in and rescind what we did and start over.
I have checked with my sources, and this is the appropriate motion
May we
to
get
make.
our legal
I am
advisors
the
to advise us on
parliamentary
this?
individual on the board. Do I have a second for my motion?
Second.
Thank you. Now we can discuss that. I move to amend the previously adopted motion that set the committee's start date for the 2026-2027 school year to strike 2026-2027 and replace with November 24th, 2025 through the 2026 school year. Yes. Is it a point of order or a point of inquiry?
It's a point of inquiry. Thank you for the correction. Will this require a supermajority or a simple majority?
This requires a 2/3 vote, supermajority, yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Justice?
We're open to the discussion.
This is
part,
discussion,
correct?
yes.
The 26-27 school year was a clean break in the sense that we're going to be doing the budget during the spring of 27. If we make decisions in 26 and we're still not sure what's going on in the budget, all this has to do with money. I mean, we're so broke. Not in a bad way, just in a realistic way. And so the idea of using funding for this at the moment just doesn't seem as practical as it might be if we move into better times in 2027, but we won't know until the spring. I mean, Dr. Barnes, isn't that correct, what you said?
Well, first off, I wish I had a crystal ball. I do think there have been enough reverberations. We did a great job, this board, obviously, the team here, putting a budget in front of the commissioners 3 months earlier. And after that, we had to change it to the tune of $5 million.
Yes.
So do I know, is that an aberration or is that an indication of the way life is going to be from now on? It's hard to tell. I wish I knew if that answers that question. If I answered the question, am I not answering the question?
We don't know. The money.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine comes with clarity. I have said before that I think this is a good idea. The previous board has got us, we have one of the top supplements in the state. Do we know, just off the top of the hand, of how much money we go, just how many millions go to supplements here in New Hanover County, like additional?
It's been, I would say it's between 20 and $22 million a year.
So like easy number around 20 million that we invest in supplements for our staff. So this idea in concept is saying, rather than just say, hey, if you teach in New Hanover County, you're going to get X amount of dollars. This is saying, if you are an effective teacher, and the results to see that potentially you could earn a lot more money for yourself. So my question with this idea, if we're going to say implement a plan that potentially looking at this next budget cycle, we just discussed that we're having a bond on the ballot. Now with the finance individuals from the county, they have said, really this kind of maxes us out of what we can borrow money from. And so what has been one of the things that is said in the finance committee meeting is we have the opportunity to reevaluate how we do operational spending. So I'm just concerned if this is saying, are we reevaluating this roughly $20 million that we're getting from the county currently to implement this infrastructure, or is this going to be an additional ask, knowing that we are discussing that we have already agreed to bond a $320.5 million bond to go on the ballot? Because that's probably going to affect where I land. I just need clarity on that.
Well, I'm going to go in order. Dr. Merrick, and then.
To quickly respond to my colleague to the left, I don't think either of those are necessarily the right answer. I have not ever heard that this committee would dip into supplement money or even touch it or even have the ability. And even if it did, it would have to come back to the full board for some sort of approval. I see this committee as a way of investigating what more could be done. One of the things I'm actually most excited about this committee that my colleague to the right has suggested is that it's going to take creative work in partnership with our community, with nonprofits, with business community. How can we bring in and how can we start to imagine bringing new funds in for our teachers? So I think there's so much work for this committee, I don't see how it's possibly going to be able to affect next year's budget in time. There's a lot of work to be done. This is not a small thing, and it's not a slow thing. It's not a fast thing. I'm in favor of allowing the exploration. Whatever this committee comes up with, it's going to have to come back to the board. I don't think we have to be afraid of what this committee does. The only thing we would lose is time and energy. And so I think maybe, whoever appoints members to this board, if you don't want to serve on the board, just say so. I'm excited that we start to think outside the box. And it's for the benefit of our teachers, which even with the supplements, have a very low salary. So I'm going to support it.
Mr. Perry.
When originally this was approved, I believe back in April, the committee was approved. I think the goal was to possibly, do all of our research and have a plan, and then possibly implement it for 26, 27. But at this late date, that's not possible. I mean, we are looking at if we get going now, I'm hoping that maybe over the next, before next November, that we will have all of our research on how to actually evaluate performance, not just for our teachers, but for all of our employees. That's the great thing about this employee performance. The teachers get stuff. What about our bus drivers we're trying to retain? What about our cafeteria workers, our teacher aides, or all these other people that are so essential to our school district? We want to help retain them too. So I think it's going to be a lot of work involved. If we start today, perhaps we'll have an organizational meeting before Christmas, and then we'll get some new people in that represent our different kinds of employees. But I don't think that it's going to probably take several months just to come up with a plan, never mind a funding model. I mean, I think at any possibility, the earliest possibility that this is going to affect the budget is 27, 28.
Ms. Bradford?
A couple of points. I agree with some of the remarks we heard first. I disagree with some that we've heard just here a few minutes. Regarding time and energy, the thing that you're overlooking is every time we have a committee meeting, all these people are there. When do they get to do their jobs? Because they're at committee meetings every day. Sometimes we have to cancel a committee meeting, like we had to cancel curriculum because we already had other committee meetings that day. So to me, you're looking at the wrong things. The staff have to attend and support. Now let me ask a show of hands. How many of our board members have actually been an employer that had to be responsible on payday for paying their employees? Show of hands. Dr. Barnes, you don't count because we know that this is your job and this is what we've charged you to do. I know.
Don't do that.
But I agree with Ms. Justice. As a board right now, we need to be looking at taking care of the positions that we have and making sure that this time next year, we have not cut one single position or marble, depending on how you want to say it. We have 4 months to get the budget to the point where we present it to the county. 4 months. And we have 2 national holidays, in between that. We know from indications there's going to be a lot less money in flow for us for next year. Dr. Barnes spoke on this last week at a public meeting, saying that he had concerns about where we're going to be in the budget process. It's very concerning to me that we are not focusing on that and retention of all of our staff. Now, one of the nicest things that you can do for staff members is to give them more time to do their job, less time in meetings, less time. So, there's always a trade-off when you add something like bonuses to a budget that's constricted, that maybe is declining, and all indications are that it might decline. We got $10 million from the county this year, more than ever before. We're talking about a $320.5 million bond. I believe that the staff's focus this next year should be on that and getting us through a good budget process so that we don't lose a single person that is currently employed with New Hanover County Schools. So I can't support this. I'm not saying I would give every employee a bonus as I could. But as an employer, when you're responsible for payroll on Friday, you can't give a bonus when there may not be any money in that account to pay the employees. You can't do it. So I was good with handling this next year, but I would move that we put this off until after the bond has gone out to vote, and then ramp this up, because then the staff will be free.
I'll second that.
The budget will be either done or not done, depending. We're still waiting for the state to give us their budget, which could dramatically affect us with that 5% raise for teachers. So I just, I don't want to say that this is a little tone deaf, but I feel like it is a little tone deaf. We're not looking at the big picture here. We've got grave concerns. We need to hold on to everyone we have. We need to hold on to everything we have till we get through this big deal that we've got on our plate right now.
So that would be a secondary amendment. And just for the board's reference, a simpler thing to do rather than amending an amendment is to vote, if you disagree, to vote down the pending amendment and then offer a different version, which wouldn't necessarily be required if this does not get a supermajority. If this doesn't get a supermajority, it goes back to the original decision, which was the 2026-2027 school year. So I would recommend not having the amendment because the failure of this would revert us back to that original. But I will leave it at...
Did we get a decision on, do we need to undo what we did from our attorneys?
I determined...
It is a motion to amend something previously adopted, is the
don't have to rescind, okay.
From the whole thing out.
Yep.
To rescind it, but if you're changing like a line out of it, then you look at it more as the motion to amend something previously adopted, apparently they have the same rules. So,
With different exceptions, the motion to rescind has to occur the same day and be by somebody who was on the prevailing side. Yeah. The original motion was back in July. I went and watched it. It was that there was a motion to postpone. It was made by Ms. Justice until 2026-27. I believe it was seconded by Ms. Bradford. There was also an amendment that was made by Dr. Merrick to make that less of a time delay. That amendment failed. This amendment changes just the time frame in the original amendment, or original motion. So
point
that
of clarification.
being said,
You're saying vote on the time change.
yes. That's
as
my
an
recommendation.
amendment- As amendment to what was
original-
done back in July.
Yes.
And if that fails, then we can go forward with what?
With the original motion. If it fails, then it would go back to, it would revert back to the 2026,
Or we can make
2027.
another motion to.
Or another motion could be
Okay.
made.
All right,
So,
then.
I know, we also
So
need to get.
I will withdraw.
Thank you.
Momentarily, my motion to put it off until after the bond, and I'll make that again in a minute.
Okay. Mr. Wildebohr, if you could close us off.
Yeah. Real quickly, I would, to see if it makes it a little more palatable to everyone, maybe we should put some guardrails in, because I really don't, I do agree with everybody so far, and that's impossible. But I do agree with that, I think we should, anytime I was a teacher, and if we can tell a teacher, hey, here's a $25 bonus, here's a $50 bonus, we can't go to the same well and say, well, hey, we want $320 million from you, but we also want this. We can't do that. So, maybe we can put guardrails in place to say, that this committee can't go to the endowment and or to the county commissioners for this funding. It's their job to find outside funding besides those two sources. Because I agree. We go back to those county commissioners that were saying, please, please, please help us with this bond, and then we said, but we also want another $1 million to do this thing. That would be the job of the committee to find other places and other, whether it be.
Is that a motion?
Please.
You can.
I think I'm at a.
You could amend just the line item to say it's not going to the county.
Okay, we are way past the time frame that I have allotted for this, and we still have one more item and closed session to go through. So I am going to move forward with the vote. The motion is, I move to amend the previously adopted motion that set the committee's start date for the ad hoc committee start date for the 2026-2027 school year to strike 2026-2027 and replace with November 24th, 2025 through the 2026 school year. Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll on that?
Just point of inquiry, again, needs a super majority this time.
Needs a supermajority.
There she is.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Dr. Merrick?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
yes.
Ms. Justice?
No.
Ms. Bradford?
No.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
That motion fails, which would put us back to the original date of 2026-2027 being the start date for that. Ms. Bradford?
I move that we postpone this from that date or amend that to go to after the bond has, the November vote on the bond. November 26th, bond.
So that would move it one entire year. Is there a second to that? Okay, hearing none. I'm going to continue on to the next item, agenda submission transparency. This was brought forward by Dr. Merrick. Just for the public's information, when board members want to submit a topic for the agenda, there is now a form. Our wonderful superintendent created a form because it was very confusing to do, to get multiple emails, and I think things got lost in the mix. So we have a form that is filled out that is then reviewed by both the superintendent and the chair, and those individuals are the only individuals that typically see this particular document. What Dr. Merrick is asking for is that all board members have access to that document. So I wanted to kind of give Dr. Barnes a real quick opportunity to let us know where we're at on that, but have possible conversation, brief conversation with the board about where our head is at with that.
Okay. I'm going to sound a lot like Dawn when I talk.
He forwarded that to me. I did make a change, the test out for me, that was a test.
No.
Okay. You did, I know Barnes did. Okay, then I will,
Yes.
no, it was last week.
Well,
So
I
let
got
me-
one today.
You got that? Okay, anybody else get it?
Don't remember.
Let me do another one today, right now, and then you guys let me know if you don't get it, okay?
Okay.
And what would that be?
It'll be an email coming from me that'll basically, typically it has the agenda item, so let's say that Ms. Mason put something in there for an agenda item. In the past, she would get that email as well as whoever seconded it. So now, the whole board will get it. So you'll get an email every time somebody submits an agenda item.
Okay. And Dr. Merrick, I wanted to give you like a minute or two to kind of explain your rationale for that. And
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. We've said again and again that we need to work as a board and not in silos, that transparency is big. I think all of us, when we were running for this board, mentioned that word at least once. It's all going to come out in the end anyway, when something shows up on the agenda or it doesn't. We can start to work together better if we know what other folks are submitting. It also helps us to know, as an accountability factor. I put in something for, I'm supposed to show up within 2 months, right? Or now be sent to a subcommittee. So it's just about accountability and transparency, and I think it's good governance.
Ms. Barnhart.
Thank you. I think also, too, that can be done with talking to each other, too. I'm just going to point that out. I mean, I think it's the chair's job to make the agenda. It says so in policy, and I see that the system is getting better with what's happening, but I don't think there's a problem with it, and I don't think we need to find a solution to something that I don't think is broken.
Ms. Justice?
The theory is that we'll make it more efficient because that way other board members can see what the other members are doing and not probably replicate other requests. I mean, that's in theory. I personally think it's just less confusion and more knowledge is a good thing, but that's me.
And from a chair standpoint, I know sometimes I don't get it right in how I interpret what people have put. And so I've been corrected by board members when I have tried explaining it to other individuals, and I've gotten it slightly off. So I think I do have some concerns, and I've expressed some of those concerns to Dr. Merrick in our conversations, but everybody having access to that might eliminate some of that confusion as well, and some of the questions. I know phone calls from the chair, sometimes they last a long time. I've had some very lengthy conversations with people over the past few months, and so it might also pare that down as well, to bring that communication in. My only hesitation is I have read all of the submissions, and I know that we have some very passionate board members, and sometimes our passion comes out onto our requests, and it isn't always phrasing how we say things. isn't always done in a manner that everybody is going to see the same. It's that whole perspective, like somebody's going to read it differently. So that would be my hesitation, but as long as the board is on board with it, will of the board for me. So, Mr. Wilmore.
I'm hearing this, and I'd really like to think about it. Can we think about it for a week? So can we add this to our next week's agenda, and that way there, because I'd really like to digest. Well, it makes sense to me right off, but I'd like to think about it. Yeah.
Under new business?
I'll make a motion that we take this up next week at our regular meeting. The agenda, submission, transparency. We have a word of glasses thing we have to read it too.
Is it just a submission? Is that what is missing?
It's everybody getting access to the, and is there a second for that?
I'll second it.
To my understanding, what it is it provides, and Ms. Brinson, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it provides all of the board what Dr. Barnes and I see. That whole chart, yes?
No, it's not access to the chart, it is an email. So every time
So-
somebody, like I just did one, and
Okay.
basically it says, "Hi, Melissa Mason, a new item added 11/24/25 by Dawn Brinson. Agenda item, this is a test agenda item." So everybody would get that.
So they would see everybody's submission. They wouldn't get the document, but they would get the submit, like what everybody submitted, yeah.
So I kind of.
Does that make more
Yeah.
sense?
Hopefully you all got that email.
Okay.
Like my receipt said
Yeah.
bus drivers and NCDITs.
Okay. So
Just go to everybody.
that would go to everybody. Everybody would receive, Ms. Barnhart sent in an agenda request for such and such, and it would give the explanation. I think that's, a viable thing. We did have a motion to put this on the agenda for next week, and there was a second. Ms. Bradford, super fast, because
I was going to make a motion to postpone it myself because I'm just trying to think about unintended consequences, so I'm not comfortable doing it today. So,
okay.
So Dawn's email would come to us, but then it would also go to the media. And this is going to radically increase our media request if it doesn't. So, I'm just thinking of unintended consequences because that's the way I'm wired. And I need some time to think about it.
Okay. So there is a motion and a second to put this on next week's agenda, I'm assuming under new business.
Or old, it would be old by next week.
By next week.
It's new business. We'll keep it under new.
All right.
It's fine. I'm going to end the conversation because we do have a closed session. We do have stuff we have to get through. So all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 7-0. Let me write that down. And I'm going to say that that's going to be roughly a 10-minute conversation.
That was what was left.
And that is
It's all
right on the
gone
cusp
now.
of everything. All right. I will entertain a motion to go into closed session pursuant to. Nobody made the motion. Pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11c for the following purposes: to prevent the disclosure of information that's privileged or confidential pursuant to General Statute 115C-402 and not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statutes, to prevent the disclosure of student records rendered confidential under the Family Educational Rights, to consult with an attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the board, and to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual employed or considered for employment with this school system to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against any individual employee. Do I hear such a motion? Is there a second? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are enclosed. I will entertain a motion to approve the personnel report. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 5-0. Committee reports? All right, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. All right, any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 4-1.
I like hanging out with you guys.
We are adjourned.